Umani beme umani beme. Umani beme umani beme. Umani beme umani beme umani beme. Umani beme umani beme umani beme. Umani beme umani beme. Umani beme umani beme. Umani beme 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 umani beme umani beme. 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 Mani bebe 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 mani Mani bebe 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 Nani bebe mani 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 bebe Nani bebe mani 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 bebe So remember, visualization is that the beams of light coming from the parallel in front. You can also think all the numerous parallels in this world turning, and inside all the Om, each one making its own sound. Now each one is a manifestation Chenrezig's holy speech. And you think that these light beams are coming into you and clearing away all your sickness, spirit harms, negative imprints, delusions, and imprints, causes suffering or sufferings. And same all those around you, all sentient beings, and they're all reciting the mantra. And now you can think that these light beams, they've completely purified all sentient beings in yourself. And now you can think that the light beams are bringing all the qualities of Chenrezig's holy body, spiritual mind, so the great compassion and attached to all sentient beings without the slightest discrimination. So there's no discrimination, but there's holy mind. There's no liking this one, not liking that one, helping this one, not helping that one. So that doesn't exist for Buddha. So the unconditional compassion, the holy mind bound by great compassion to every sentient being without slightest discrimination. And also the wisdom, knowing all things simultaneously, past, present, future, or phenomena, those ultimate relative, without the slightest mistake. And then also, of course, the power. There's the inconceivable power to manifest whatever form is needed, to do whatever is needed, to guide beings, and able to manifest numberless forms, even just one sentient being, to guide them, and knowing exactly how to guide them. So the incredible qualities of Buddha's holy body, switching mind, they all enter into you and into all sentient beings around you, and we all become Chenrezig and recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. So try to think this with each mantra, with each bead, that it's for every sentient being. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Think of the people you know, people you don't know, you see on television or in the papers or in neighborhood or different parts of the world, and you think I'm reciting this for you. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. So I really recommend, that when you recite Mani Padme Hum and you're doing this visualization or sentient beings as Chenrezig, reciting Mani Padme Hum, receiving all the blessings from the prayer wheel, or qualities, Chenrezig, body, spiritual mind. And you're thinking all sentient beings are wish fulfilling. And, you're including every single sentient being. And if you really can put your mind in that, then whatever problem or issue you're facing should look slightly differently. It should look a bit differently. Because even just the practice of avoiding harming others. So even if in this world people, one of my friends, a nun, Jataka, she used to say, one monk told them, even if the people in this world were simply to keep the 5 precepts, not killing, not stealing, not lying, no sexual misconduct, and no intoxicants, the whole world would be different. The whole world would be different. Just imagine. No murders, no rapes, no incest, no cheating, no corruption, no. The whole world would be different, completely different. Now, on top of that, imagine if beings not only avoided these actions, harming others for their own benefit, but they did that for others, and they also had a heart of compassion, great compassion, wanting to benefit others. So we can't imagine. There'd be no need for nuclear weapons when there's bodhicitta. When there's bodhicitta in this world, we don't need weapons. So the real thing that has to be destroyed is the saturation thought. So with each Om Mani Padme Hum, for numberless beings, you try to put the nuclear bomb on the saturation thought. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So we've done about a half hour of Om Mani Padme Hum, and I'm not counting how many we did. Just main feeling is just to accumulate the Om Mani Padme Hum while meditating on compassion, to have that really powerful mind, that blessed mind that then makes the prayer very effective. So on the basis of strong refuge in Guru Chenrezig, reciting the mantra with compassion, and then doing the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the bikinis, protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and so forth. The 424 diseases, and so forth. But whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. So whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and the body and mind of radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Guru and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then there's one prayer that comes from Shantideva, which is very powerful, that Kundalama used to recite when anyone was sick. So Rinpoche always talks about this prayer and how it's very good to recite when you hear that people are sick. But also Gachen Rinpoche, sometimes Gachen Rinpoche, and they did the retreat when the COVID started, and I think they were going to recite 100 million of these prayers, 100 million of these prayers. And Gachen Rinpoche himself did a 3-month retreat. I believe that's correct, just reciting this one verse from Shantideva. So just recite this a few times. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be free from all sickness. May all the sickness without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sickness. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sickness. May all sickness without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. And then 2 prayers for those who have passed away. So these prayers which Shinomi does for those who passed away. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus. Let's say in all our lives, never separated from perfect gurus. May we enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities, the grounds and powers, may we quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And by the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. And then the short long night prayers. So I've got more sessions to come, so I do more extensive dedications then. The wish granting, wish fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who master the accomplishment of some prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, saving myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So then let's just dedicate with bodhicitta. So so due to all the sessions done today and since the beginning, all the virtues can bear oneself and sentient beings. May the precious supreme thought of bodhicitta, which is the source of happiness and goodness for oneself and all sentient beings, where it has where it's not yet been generated, may it immediately be generated. Where it has been generated, may it not degenerate but increase more and more. And due to all the three-time merits accumulated by oneself and by all the Buddhas and all the sentient beings, which are completely empty of existence on their own side, may the I, which is completely empty existence on its own side, quickly achieve state of enlightenment, completely empty existence on its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty existence on their own side to that state, completely empty existence on its own side. Found myself alone, completely empty, existing from its own side. So dedicating with emptiness, realizing that this whole session, 3.5 hours, motivation, reciting reciting refuge, reciting mantra, and then reciting Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer and dedications is like a dream. What happened is like a dream. Like fell asleep, had a dream, woke up, finished. That's it, gone. Where is it? You can't find it. Good morning, Venerable Palyan. How are you? Good morning,
Good morning. Good morning. So glad to be in the dream with you.
Yeah, what a great dream, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
What a great dream. And how are you? Are you fully recovered now?
I am. I'm good.
Okay.
Yes.
Wonderful. Is it cold there in New York?
It's getting a little bit colder. The weather is definitely changing now, but it's been glorious, clear blue skies, really beautiful weather recently. Of course, I'm grateful. Yeah.
And is it feeling less kind of traumatic, the whole COVID situation? Is it feeling more manageable?
Well, there's kind of at higher political levels, people are being required, healthcare workers are being required to get vaccinated to keep their jobs. So, with a little bit of pressure, things are moving along in that way. Everybody's pretty much still masked here, and getting ready for a third booster shot of vaccine. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. So, all right.
All right. Well, take it away.
So,
I'll hand over to you.
Thank you
I'll be back
much.
later.
Okay. Bye. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone. So grateful to be here, Tenzin Palyang. Thank you very much. I will say that I listened last night to recording of His Holiness that was requested by Lama Zopa Rinpoche at Losar. There was a long teaching that His Holiness gave, and at the end he gave such a beautiful homage to Lama Zopa Rinpoche. It was very, very nice. Yes, very, very nice. So everywhere in the world, we are still, this is samsara, but a lot of suffering due to COVID, to all kinds of sicknesses. And of course, what's happening now in some parts of America and in other countries is that as this variant becomes stronger, that people who have other kinds of illnesses are having trouble getting into hospitals. So of course there's interdependence in all kinds of ways, and healthcare workers needing a break. They've been working so hard. So on behalf of all those who are affected by the pandemic, by all illnesses, by living in samsara. May we do these prayers, and may there be healing, immediate healing in all parts of the world, in this world, in all worlds. And we'll begin with formal prayer, motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. We rely upon, as Venerable, one of our wonderful Venerables says, Venerable Robina, we rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We'll do some minutes of Mani Mantra and visualize, please, all sentient beings surrounding you, in front, in back, and at your father, mother, at your sides, all close relatives at your sides, and on top of everyone's head is bit of compassion, radiating powerful light, powerful light. If you have had proper empowerment, can dissolve into emptiness. Visualize yourself as the compassion. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Now we'll spend some time considering a direct meditation on the graduated path by Dorje Chang Losang Jinpa. I'll stop a little bit between each verse to give us a moment, just a moment to digest the verse. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue in the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Norsang and Bodhisattva always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a devil or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscuration. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious training, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. Independence upon that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and mother. Please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons and daughters, the six paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset, even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then, please bless me to protect my vows and samaras more than my life and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. And now a verse from Kadampa Geshe Langri Tampa's 8 verses of thought transformation. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. And a verse from Aristo's Prayer in 70 stanzas. Wish fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish granting, may I become like a wish granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And now some verses from Shantideva's Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all the beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant, may I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing, powerful mantra, accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth. Great medicine, curing every sickness, a wish-fulfilling tree, satisfying every need, and a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the four great elements, the earth and so forth, and like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings equaling the extent of space until they attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the sufferings of transmigratory beings. And now we'll continue with the prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. First, a little bit of backstory from the colophon. Once in Tibet, an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya monastery. Whatever the mantric masters tried, red crosses, tournimas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, whose image is up in a tanka, image is up on the screen in another one of the little boxes. Great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo performed the space refuge, recited a number of mani mantras, and proclaimed this prayer, which we will do next 3 times, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased independent upon its performance. Thereby it became renowned as the Vajra speech, radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. And the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. And whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of these names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth or the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we'll consider the actual prayer a second time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. And whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of these names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And repeating, considering prayer for a third time, prayer liberating Sakit from disease. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of these names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we'll consider the speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. This is another one of his prayers that he has given us, a request to pacify the fear of famine. And from the colophon or backstory, in Tibet, when a great fear of famine caused by bad harvest, frost, hail, and the like arose, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo offered an alms bowl full of grain in front of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa and made prayers. As a result of this, those endowed with the appropriate karma saw Arya Avalokiteshvara bringing down a rain of grain from the sky over the land of Tibet. This blessed Vajra speech also liberates all living beings from the suffering of hunger and thirst. And so, the request to pacify the fear of famine given to us by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the two accumulations, the assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Tiras, Prateka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows, on this whole world, on all worlds. Please pacify the harms of the four elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvest, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties, through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. I'm going to repeat that verse again. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious one spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. Now we'll do some dedication prayers. First, to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And for the sick, may however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. And a prayer to meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes, in all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus. May I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, wind, water, fire, and wind, medicines and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. And to abide in samsara for sentient beings, as long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve the highest enlightenment. And to dedicate in the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the Gambyan victorious ones of the three times in order to have good conduct. And for the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And now, before we seal the merits of these prayers we have been making with emptiness, we'll consider Shantideva's prayer extracted from chapter 10 of the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. Now, for the next minute or so, we'll seal the dedications and prayers we've done with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I welcome Venerable Tendar. So good to see you.
Happy to see you,
Hello.
Venerable Peljang. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm good. I'm good.
Yes.
You know, yes.
Good.
This is samsara, but I'm very, very well. So glad to be here.
Yeah,
so glad
you
to continue with these prayers.
Yes. It's absolutely fabulous, and it's such an honor to do this. Yeah, but your health was not so good. I think about 3 months ago. Is it correct?
Yes. Well, I had a first time in my life I had major operation in my hip, and it's a amazing thing to be a party to the healing that can happen in our bodies. It's been an amazing process for me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you're
I feel very grateful.
Yes, you can do shopping again, and you can lead your daily life. And
yes, and my main prescription is to be walking. So my world has been expanding. You know, where I live, I walk a lot more than I had been. So
yes.
Say hello to people and their dogs.
Yes. And are you still doing voluntary work for the people who are hit by COVID, who are staying at home? You did some voluntary work for, I don't know, what's homeless or for people in need.
I'm doing some work for seniors, helping them with some technical advice online.
Good. Anyway, very nice to see you, and thank you so much for making all these prayers for our dear, kind Mother Sentient beings.
Yes, thank you so much, and I hope you're very well too, and Nalanda.
Yes. No complaints on this side. No complaints.
It's
really a paradise to live compared to what you can expect in samsara. So it's really, it's the south of France. So it's a dream for many people already to live here, let alone they live in a Buddhist center with 50, 60, 70 other Buddhist practitioners. Not always easy, but it's so rejoicing. There's so much to rejoice.
Oh, yes.
So much ways to fulfill the teacher's wishes, like helping beings, creating holy objects, doing prayers and pujas, and in studies you have to study. So there's here the teachers to serve and to listen to. So you were the whole time reminded of the path here. So it's like making a travel in a luxurious vehicle.
I understand. Recently, we had teachings in New York from Lola Odyssey, who I believe lives near Nalanda and is the new French translator for His Holiness.
Yeah, Lola. Yes, yes.
Yeah,
oh, nice.
She's the niece of one of the people who is very involved with the center here.
Yes. I think her mother is American, but her father French, and her father comes here every week to work one day in the workshop to do artwork.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, her parents are both Buddhists, so it's quite unique in the West.
Yes, it's wonderful.
Yes.
All right.
Wow, thank you so much, and thank you for sharing. And thank you. I'm happy to hear that the center is doing well. That there's activities going on.
Yes, much activity. Yeah.
That's
thank
good.
you to Zoom.
That's good.
Right,
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Bye.
See you next time. Thank you so much. So
Bye.
good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are. Very welcome to this prayerathon. My name is Tendar. I'm director of IMI, I'm director of Nalanda Monastery, and I try to practice as good as possible. So I'm very happy that we can spend this hour to do this powerful practice according to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, this prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We do it especially for everyone who is hit by the COVID on this planet. Still many people are victims, despite that in many countries slowly there's vaccines and there's better treatment, so it's not overwhelming in many situations anymore, but the problem is still quite prominent in Asia, Arabia, in Brazil, and even in our Western countries, Australia, United States, North America, and Europe. So we try to remember, as we can start with the meditation on loving kindness. We start to we try to remember that we are so independent on others, on the kindness of others. So all the things we enjoy are thanks to the kindness of others. Like our clothes, we cannot make our clothes ourselves often. So there's been many people involved in getting the clothes we wear to in that state we wear it. So sometimes from farmers have been involved, many people in factories have been involved. So then there's many other things we can be rejoicing about, that we had food. Also many people have been involved, and even many animals have given their lives to produce the food we have eaten today or yesterday. So even more basic, like our body we have from our father and mother. Then according to the teachings, all qualities we develop are dependent on others. So developing generosity, love and kindness, especially also patience, we can only develop based on other people who show us that we are still not very peaceful inside. I can bear with other opinions, other styles of doing. And then we can become upset or angry. So then we know actually that there's still quite some things more to practice. We still can work more on our mind by trying to be patient as possible, or by practicing generosity. We develop our mind based on others. So we can visualize that we had connection with all the people, all realms, not only in this life, but also to get this life, we needed other people in former lives. According to scriptures, all sentient beings have been our mothers and fathers already many times. So try to feel this open heart toward all sentient beings. You can visualize them around you. In general, we visualize all the males on the right side, all the females on the left side, and all sentient beings we have difficulties with in front of us, our friends, those who support us, sponsors, those who are always kind to us, friends, loved family members, they're all behind us. We can even visualize animals in the human aspect, also being with us, all the hell beings, all the devas, those are in the kind of God states, the spirits. So they are all with us, and we are all in connection with them. And we visualize the Buddha in front of us, Buddha Shakyamuni. He can also be our guru. You can visualize him as a guru. As all the good qualities which exist in the world. You cannot imagine a good quality of the Buddha has this good quality. He's overcome all negativities, all disturbing emotions in the first place, and later he overcame all obscurations to omniscience. So he developed a fully fledged wisdom. He can see all things exactly as they are. Sees all the 3 times in every phenomena. He's never confused about any phenomena. But all that was based on equanimity for all sentient beings. Overcoming his delusions, later all his obscurations to omniscience. So there's no safer refuge, there's no better refuge for us as vulnerable sentient beings. All the beings who still are suffering from time to time with no control over their mind, they have obscurations about how the reality really exists. So much ignorance in our mind. Based on that, all kind of emotions of aversion and attachments. So all the other sentient beings for who we do this prayer are all in the same situation. They all also have, they want happiness, but they encounter so often suffering. So we visualize the Buddha in front of us, and from the Buddha's heart, there's a moon mandala, and on that top is Om Mani Padme Hum. You can visualize it in Western letters. Om Mani Padme Hum. It's the mantra of compassion for the Chenrezig. And we can visualize that from this mantra, light rays goes to all sentient beings who are around us, all realms, all universes. Buddha touches really their hearts. They get a blessing, and if they have open hearts, the Buddha can help them and can take away all negativities, all obscurations, lead them to enlightenment. So Buddha knows the path. So he has the intention to help all sentient beings, no matter what. We are sometimes so under control of old negative karma that we are almost, we have no choice. Even if you want to meditate, for example, if the negative karma ripens in the form of heavy headache, it's very difficult to meditate or do whatever we like or to think freely. So based on remembering all the good qualities of the Buddha, we can take refuge. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly, where the merit from giving and other perfections may become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly, where the merit from generosity and the other perfections may become a Buddha in order to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly, by the merit of generosity and the other perfections, may become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. We make this last line because even if we are Buddha, we can benefit others even more than we are now with our obscurations. So that's the ultimate goal, to become Buddha ourselves. Take refuge in order not to have lower yams in the future, not fall down, go through difficulties, and feel supported by more powerful beings like Buddha, the Bodhisattvas. So in the practice of Masili Thangtong Gyalpo, motivation goes like this. Also 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So from the heart mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, in the heart of the Buddha goes light rays. So we recite this mantra, do different manas of Om Mani Padme Hum. I will play also Lama Zopa Rinpoche's Om Mani Padme Hum. So maybe you can hear that on the background, but you can do your own, in your own pace, Om Mani Padme Hum. Visualize strongly that light goes to all sentient beings in all universes and brings them blessings, purification. Do it a few times together. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So this prayer wheel contains millions of mantras, so we dedicate it, spread it also to the whole world, all the worlds. Also, Lama Zopa Rinpoche's voice carries blessings. So. Go to the text of the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Do 2 times the work. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. May all embodied beings, may whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body of and the mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, yeah, so rejoicing that there's so many good people on this planet, that there's Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians. So they all work in order for us to experience happiness, and that we have access to Dharma, that there's freedom of thought and speech, and that we can practice a religion freely. So this way we have a lot of good conditions to reach happiness and ultimate happiness, not only the temporary happinesses. So we can dedicate this in the first place to make the Dharma abide long time on this planet, and especially the teachers who practice purely and teach it have a long and healthy life, like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and many other high lamas and rinpoches, especially also all the teachers in the FPMT and the Mahayana tradition, all the geshes working around the world. So I think about 40-50 geshes working in the FPMT. So may they have long and healthy lives. May all the students, all the IMI monks and nuns, all the students, all the sponsors, may they have long and healthy lives, everyone who supports Dharma on this planet. And we did this prayer especially for everyone who is hit in whatever way by the COVID pandemic, those who have been sick, those who have lost their lives, may they find good new rebirth, and for everyone who has been hit in an emotional or in a social or economical way hit by the COVID pandemic. May they find what they are looking for and be able to continue their life, their spiritual path, and reach enlightenment very soon, so that they have no single problem anymore. So thank you so much for being with me on this prayer-a-thon. So let's see, who is my follow-up?
Hi, Tender, it's me.
Hey, brother.
Yes.
How are you?
Not so far.
No, we're just 2 buildings from each other.
Yes.
You're
yes.
on your room, I guess, or not?
Sorry?
You're on your bedroom?
Yeah,
room?
in my room, yes.
Yes, I am. I'm at the office. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead. We don't have to change so much because we see each other every day. So
yeah.
Anyway, thank everyone for being with us, and yeah, good luck, Tenzin Michael.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye, Tender. So yes, my name is Tenzin Michael. I'm also at Nalanda Monastery, just like Tender, and yeah, I'm in my room here. And so welcome to the next session of the prayer-a-thon. We start with generating a good motivation for this session, so we can just focus a little bit inwards. Spend a few seconds on the breathing. Just focus on the breathing. Breathe calm and check your mind. See if there's any tension in your body or in your mind. So for a few in breaths, we breathe calmly in and out. Then, like every meditation session, consists of the motivation, the actual practice, and dedication. So now we're at the stage of the motivation. So we check our own motivation and make sure it's a very positive one. So the best motivation, of course, is the motivation of bodhicitta, doing this practice for the enlightenment of all sentient beings, to get enlightened quickly and be able to lead all sentient beings to full enlightenment. So this motivation doesn't just happen like that. We have to put some effort over some time, and that basically we think about all the sentient beings. We can remember their kindness. We can remember their all being our mothers at some point. In all those previous rebirths we had countless mothers. So there's no sentient being which has never been our mother. Then we can think about the kindness of all those mother sentient beings, just like our own mother has been extremely kind. All those sentient beings in different realms have been extremely kind to us, even giving their life for our sake. And then repaying the kindness, that seeing how all sentient beings have been so kind to us. Right now we are maybe in a better situation than they are, if they're sick or suffering, and we have met the Dharma, so we are in a position to get enlightened and and lead them out of the cycle of samsara. So then we want to do this. We want to lead all those sentient beings who have been so kind to happiness and the cause of happiness. We want to free them from suffering and the cause of suffering. But also we can see that right now we are not able to do that. We don't have the capacity. In order to be able to lead all sentient beings to enlightenment, we have to become a Buddha ourselves. So we can also do this practice with the motivation that this be the cause for myself to get enlightened, so I can lead all sentient beings to enlightenment. So right now we see the suffering in samsara, but we don't have the power to really eliminate it. But we can make prayers to be able to do so, just like the Buddhas of the past, or like the many bodhisattvas. Or also we can look at our teachers, people like Lama Zopa Rinpoche, His Holiness Dalai Lama, and many other holy beings which are presently working for the benefit of sentient beings. We can think like, if I would be like them, the benefit would be immeasurable. But they became like this through their Dharma practice. So we can do this practice for ourselves to become just like our gurus, like the great teachers of this time, or like the great teachers of the past have been. So with this motivation, we do this practice, and first we go for refuge. This is the basis of all. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then we can start with the prayer, the mantra of Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of Chenrezig. We can, with our bodhicitta motivation, we can think about Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of compassion, and also have the aspiration to become like him. And if we have an initiation, we can generate ourselves as Chenrezig with all the compassion and wisdom he has. Otherwise, we can visualize Chenrezig in front of us. And while reciting the mantra, we can visualize on the blessing of the mantra going out to all sentient beings who are currently suffering in samsara, especially all those who are suffering from the pandemic in whatever way, directly being sick or even people dying, and for loved ones who are sick, and people who have economic problems, losing their jobs, or also a lot of fear in this time, insecurity, and so on. But not just that, all other problems in samsara as well, all the suffering which happens due to injustice, war, destruction of the environment, climate change, and all the big problems which humanity, and not just humanity, all sentient beings on this planet are suffering from right now. So we do it, this mantra, to benefit all of them. So we can do one mala of Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om mani padme mani padme mani padme mani padme mani padme mani padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So that's the mantra of Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum. So we visualize all sentient beings being touched by the light rays and the nectar of the blessing of the mantra of Chenrezig, and be freed, immediately be freed from all their suffering. And then we continue with the actual prayer, the prayer of the Mahasita Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. So this prayer is recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. It has great blessing. It's composed by the Mahasita Thangtong Gyalpo, and it has proved very useful when there was some disease in Shakya village in Tibet many years ago. When Thangtong Gyalpo was still alive, a few hundred years ago. And it's recommended for, especially for epidemic diseases. And we do this, and we can keep in mind all the people, if we have some people we know who have sickness, maybe COVID or any other sickness or disease or any other suffering, we can think we do the prayer for them, or also in general for all, not just people, but in general all sentient beings which have suffering under all kind of diseases and physical, mental suffering, and basically just a suffering of being stuck in samsara. So we do the prayer a few times. We do several rounds of this prayer for about 10 minutes. The actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrifies beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Kini, Stam, protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. That was the first round. Then we continue again. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrifies beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm subtly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that head in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as should have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma as a result, may these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that send the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as should have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits, suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that send the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as should have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clusters of interferences, the 360 evil spirits that harm certainly, the 440 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements deprive the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the preachers, by the power of the genius, down protector and guardian, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that send the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as should have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferences, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass spirits, illness, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits and harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as should have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are to the disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedication and prayers be fulfilled. So now it's the last round. May all the diseases that send the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as should have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm sadly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are to the disturbances of the four elements depriving the body of mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then we do another prayer to It's a prayer to Lama Tsongkhapa, which is also very beneficial for the same purpose like the previous one, for diseases and so forth. Namo Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharma Kaya possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetrin Losang Drapa, make a request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With the nature, primordially pure, clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, the great essence union of body and mind, to you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make a request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nirmanakaya emanations appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space, to you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make a request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. To the power of having made single-pointed request to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestation of the degenerate age, illnesses, famine, quarreling, epidemic diseases, grass periods, interference, and so forth be pacified. Then, when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion, and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petaled lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefits and happiness, to you I make a request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of the faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make requests in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessing may enter our minds. Also at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losang Drapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying assuringly, Son, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion. Precious Guru, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Then we can do the dedication prayers. Changchup Sam Chop Rinpoche Ma Kye Pa Nam Kye Kyo Chi Kye Pa Nyam Pa Me Pa Yang Kong Ne Gong Du Pel War Sho. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all sentient beings without exception to that state. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's heart and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times, collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, was completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we especially dedicate to all beings we are close to. We make this prayer to people we know who are sick, who are dying, who are suffering from whatever suffering it might be, from the pandemic, but also all other sickness and suffering we can imagine, and especially we dedicate it to the good health and long life of all our gurus and teachers, like that for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, for Holiness Dalai Lama, and all those teachers who teach pure Dharma. Gangri Rave Korve Shinkan Pendang Dewa Malu Chungwe Ne Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso Shape Site Paru Tengyu Chi Chil Chang Jin Chang Gen Kye Ten Sin Kyong Pel Ve Kun So To Po Tse Chok Sung Kur Ve Lek Men Tu Chok Pa Tak So Tu Che Kun Tu Shak Ten Sho. Okay, thank you very much for joining the prayerathon. And I think next is probably Sarah Treasure. Hello, Sarah, are you there? Not yet.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Hello.
Ja,
Nice.
wie geht's?
Gut, sehr gut. Ja.
Und wo
Aber-
bist du? Das sieht so schön aus mit dem Holz.
Ich bin in Nalanda.
You're
Wir haben
kidding
ein
me. You
schönes-
have wood paneled rooms in Nalanda?
No, it's not wood paneling. It's a solid wood building. The whole building is
Ach,
made
du lieber
completely out of wood.
Ach,
This
du
is
lieber Gott.
actually the wall. It's like thick wood. It's solid wood. It's not just paneling. This is the actual wall. So the whole building is made completely out of wood. It's a organic building, very ecologic, new building, well insulated. It's
Wow.
it's absolutely amazing. Yes, our heating cost is very low. It's very comfortable. There's no poisonous substances. It's really amazing. Yeah,
That's just totally amazing.
yeah. It's beautiful.
Oh my goodness, I so rejoice.
Yeah, the conditions in Nalanda are truly amazing. Due to all our benefactors and sponsors, we are able to build this new accommodation for the monks. Like we have about 20 something rooms, new rooms here, very comfortable, amazing.
That's amazing. And didn't Rinpoche say recently that all the rooms are full and you need more?
They're not completely full. We still have a few empty rooms. There's still space for some more monks, but yeah, we also have some lay students living here, and yeah, there's not so much extra capacity. Like
It's just so inspiring to see what's happening at Nalanda, and I'm so happy you're back there. I thought you must be in some beautiful Swiss chalet.
Yeah, it's similar. Just the view is a bit different. We don't have much mountains here, but otherwise there's nothing missing. Yeah.
Perfect.
Where are you? Are you in Boda?
Yes, I'm still in Boda. I'm still in Nepal. I haven't left Nepal. I was in Maratika last year, and this whole year I've been in Boda. I went 2 times with Rinpoche up to Maratika because there's a new project up there for a huge Guru Rinpoche statue.
Yeah.
But it was just a few days each time. Otherwise, I've just been in Boda the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. I've seen some inspiring pictures on Facebook about Rinpoche and pictures from the stupa and Maratrika. It's always very inspiring to see.
Rinpoche comes so many times to the stupa, and it's just wonderful. I mean, Rinpoche goes all over the place, but Rinpoche has so many activities here now in Nepal, which is just wonderful because, for years and years and years, he was traveling all around the world doing things. And now Rinpoche has, he couldn't have been in a better place when the COVID pandemic struck, because you have all the monks and nuns, and then you have all the senior monks and students who have worked for years and years and years and have incredible devotion to Rinpoche. And then Rinpoche has so many projects all through Nepal, so now he's really spreading the Dharma and building holy objects all through Nepal and reaching out to the Sherpas and reaching out to the Tamang community, and it's just so incredible to see. And he has all this help and support from the monks and nuns. You see, I was so happy to have him here.
Yeah, it's so amazing, so inspiring to see. And I remember Rinpoche went to Nepal just before the pandemic started. It's amazing.
I remember Rinpoche went down to South India or something. His Holiness was giving a teaching or something like that, and he went down. And I remember seeing him before he left, because I didn't go down. And I remember he was saying to one nun, I won't say what her name is, but I think she didn't quite hear what she was saying, because Rinpoche kept saying to her, I'm coming back. I'm going to India, but I'm coming back. I'm coming back. I'll be back. So he always knew that he would be in Nepal. And then, of course, he came back, and it was supposed to be that he was going to Australia. And I was just saying to someone in Australia, just imagine if we'd all gone there for the retreat and been stuck and been doing retreat in the Bendigo Stupa for 2 years. But, you know, that got cancelled just about a week before Rinpoche was supposed to leave. And he's been in Nepal the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah. He
And
knew
it's
definitely.
just the best place.
Yeah.
You know, when the Lama Gyalpas, you know, Geshe Lama Konchog, you remember Geshe Lama Konchog?
Yes.
And
No,
of course, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Geshe Lama Konchog, he really wanted to have a tantric college at Kopang. That was one of his wishes. He wanted the Kopang monks to learn the dances, the tantric dances, and he wanted to have a tantric college. And those days, of course, you know, it was like 20, no, more than 25 years ago, maybe something like that now, since Geshe Lama Konchog passed away. It's a long time. So he built this tantric college. And then, of course, the monks went down, some went and studied in Gyurme and some studied up here. But now you have this band of qualified tantric monks, and they do all these different pujas for Rinpoche, and Rinpoche does it with them. Rinpoche goes down to the Lama he does the pujas with the Lama Gyalpas. I heard Roger say this, but I didn't quite believe it was true. But it's absolutely true. I've seen it now. They're like the advanced elite squad, and he sends them to different parts of Nepal to do blessings and consecrations. And then when Rinpoche needs things done, he goes down there and does all the pujas with them. So it's wonderful to see. So you have the sutra studies, and you have those, and of course Rinpoche will go and listen to debate. That, you know, he's very proactive with the tantric monks, doing the pujas with them.
Amazing. So
it's wonderful,
inspiring.
wonderful
So
to see.
inspiring.
Wonderful,
Yeah.
wonderful to see, you know. And it's there's anyway, so I guess I better get on, but
Yes.
it's great that to see all this flourishing of the Dharma despite the COVID, maybe because of COVID, things are just flourishing.
Yeah, nice to talk to you. You're so lucky to be there. Yes, I rejoice.
I'm very happy to be. You know, I always say to people that I work backwards. So I listen to the teachings, and it says you can die anytime, right? You know, it could be tonight, could be tomorrow, could be in a few. And then I think to myself, okay, I'm going to die. Where do I want to die? And I think, well, years ago, Rinpoche gave me a picture of the Bodha Stupa, and he said, look at this when you're dying. And I wasn't sure whether he meant look at the stupa or look at the card. But I thought, well, if I'm going to die, I'd like to die in Maratika, I'd like to die in Bodha, you know, looking at the stupa. So I think, okay, well, if I could die anytime, I better stay here. Because once I get sick, I won't be able to get on a plane and fly back.
Yeah. Good.
You know, here or Bodh Gaya, they're great places to die.
Yeah, sure. Okay, nice to talk to you. All the best.
Yeah, take care.
Keep going.
Okay, much love. Yeah.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Okay, everybody. So, hi, Carol. Nice to see you joining. And this is actually the fourth session I've done today. So let me just turn off the video. This is the fourth session that I've done today. And the first, I did 3 sessions before, and then the first session was all motivation. And I have another session coming where I plan to do the dedication. So right now, what I'm planning to do is the practice. Just go straight to the practice and the Om Mani Padme Hum and some of the prayers. So let's imagine all sentient beings around, as in fact they are always around us, and they've all been our mothers, all been our kind mothers, and they're all experiencing the various different types of suffering, but they're all in human form. And they don't want suffering. Nobody wants to suffer. It says no one wants to suffer. And what people want, of course, is happiness. They want happiness for themselves, for their families, for their friends. But it's such hard work, isn't it? And the kinds of happiness that they want are very limited. So with our Dharma understanding, we know that it's possible to have a permanent happiness by eliminating all the causes of suffering. And we know that every single sentient being can accomplish that. And we know that Buddha has accomplished that, and that Buddha has given the teachings, and that there are people who are practicing those teachings. And we know that relying upon and following Buddha and his teachings and those who are practicing is a very safe and secure way to live our lives, creating virtue and avoiding non-virtue, the very basic teaching of the Buddha. So imagine that we lead all sentient beings in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, with infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious pure Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, with infinite like space, we go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So when we say that last line, the empty clarity of our own minds, it doesn't mean that our minds are just totally empty. It means that we have Buddha potential. So the nature of our mind is pure, completely pure, free of all stains, free of the stains of the delusions, disturbing conceptions. So the nature of our mind is no different from the nature of Buddha's holy mind. So what we have to do is we have to remove the stains and reveal Buddha nature fully. So that's why we take refuge in Buddha. So there's the external Buddha refuge, and then there's the inner Buddha refuge, which is the nature of our own mind. There's the external Dharma refuge, which is the teachings, but then there's the inner Dharma refuge, which is our realizations of the teachings. Anyway, even, our understanding, our comprehension of the teachings, having that imprint in our minds of what Buddha taught and how Buddha explained that things exist. And then, of course, that Dharma becomes more and more profound as we actually realize those teachings. Then there's the outer Sangha refuge, which are those who are practicing gaining the realizations in their minds and showing it's possible. But then there's the inner Sangha, which is we ourselves as we practice, and then we show the path, we show that realizations are possible, we show things for others and help and guide them. So we take refuge in the outer, inner, and but there's a secret refuge, we won't go into that. So we take refuge in both the external objects of refuge, the inner objects of refuge, and by taking refuge we become inner being. Inner being, as I said in the earlier sessions, meaning that we understand that happiness and suffering don't come from outside, but come from our own minds. And so we take refuge in that, the techniques for inner development, inner technology, inner inner what's the word, inner, anyway, to do the work within us that will solve the difficulties and problems outside. We don't try and change the whole world. Okay, so imagine that all sentient beings taken refuge in and now we're going to recite the mantra, so you can think that the prayer wheel, so inside, so the prayer wheel is the manifestation of the holy speech of Chenrezig, and then inside there's more than 2 trillion Om Mani Padme Hum, so each Om Mani Padme Hum again is a manifestation of Chenrezig's holy speech. So wherever the holy speech is, holy body and mind are also there. And then you can think that the light rays come from each syllable, which is making its own sound. And those healing light rays come to us and they completely clear away all our sicknesses. And then they clear away the sicknesses of all sentient beings. It's a very simple visualization. They clear away all the COVID. They also clear away all the byproducts of COVID, or the various different sufferings that have arisen due to COVID. But they also clear away all the other different sicknesses. They also clear away all the spirit harms. Many sicknesses come from spirit harms. They also clear away all the negative imprints, negative actions we've done. So again, this is cause of sickness. They also clear away the delusions that motivate negative actions. They clear away all those delusions. So again, that's the cause of sickness. So they clear away all the sicknesses and all the causes of sickness, both externally and internally and secretly. Everything is completely cleared away. And then they bring the blessings of Guru Chenrezig's holy body, speech and mind. And we receive all those qualities. And recite the mantra, thinking that all sentient beings become Chenrezig. And recite the mantra. So each mantra you recite, think you're reciting this for every single sentient being, all 6 types, all 6 realms, and dedicate the virtue to them. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum, 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 Umani Bemeho, 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 Umani Bemeho. Yeah, so I think that the healing matters coming from the prayer well or the Om Mani Padme Hum. Clear away all the sickness and all the cause of sickness from yourself and all sentient beings. And bring all the blessings of Guru Chenrezig's holy body, speech and mind. And then we recite the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and so forth, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then, as I mentioned before, there is one prayer from Shantideva that Kunalam Rinpoche would recite, and people were sick, that Rinpoche also recites 3 times. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sickness. May all the sickness, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sickness. May all the sickness, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sickness. May all the sickness, without exception, transmigratory beings never occur again. And for those who've died, in all our lives, never separated from perfect Gurus, may we enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities, the grounds and paths may quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And by the force of the victorious One Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend, in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. So Rinpoche was saying just the other night that it's telling a story that it's even easier, much easier to be born in a pure land than to meet with Lama Tsongkhapa's teachings next lifetime. Much, much easier to be born in a pure land than to meet with nuns and Kappa's teachings, complete teachings. So due to the mat from reciting the mantra, doing the practice, taking refuge, may the precious Supreme Mind Bodhicitta, source of goodness and happiness for oneself and all sentient beings, immediately arise, but it's not yet arisen. When it has arisen, may it never decline, but increase more and more. And due to all three merits of myself and all Buddhas and sentient beings, which are completely empty, existing from their own side, may the I, which is completely empty, existing from its own side, quickly achieve the state of Guru Chenrezig's enlightenment, which is completely empty, existing from its own side. Need all sentient beings who are empty from existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. And all the Gurus have long lives and all the holy wishes be fulfilled immediately. And I have finished. Venerable Birabina is coming now. Aha!
Hello, sweethearts. Good morning, Venerable.
Hello.
Good afternoon, good evening in India and in Nepal. And
Yes.
good afternoon, everybody else. Thank you so much, Venerable Sarah. I'll pick up from here. So, dearest people, good. Let's carry on this amazing job. We don't know how much benefit it's had, have we? We don't know how many more people would have gotten COVID-19 if we hadn't been doing these prayers. We don't know that. But we certainly created some virtue by doing it, even if not many people got better. So it's early morning here now. Suddenly it's getting darker. And I'm away for 5 days in New York. I come back and suddenly it's cold again. So it's now coming for winter, isn't it? All right, darling people. Yeah. So for this few minutes, half an hour, 1 hour, however long we're together, we're thinking we're going to do these heartfelt wishes, these aspirations. That's really, the prayers are like that, aspirations. May this, may that. Everything exists on the tip of the wish. May people not suffer. May they all get better. You know, may they have health and all this. So right in front of us, anyway, the Buddhas are all around, trillions of Buddhas everywhere continuously. It's their job. But we visualize this time. We imagine the Buddha in this Sambhogakaya aspect, in the enjoyment body, blissful light body that the Arya Bodhisattvas can see. When we've got much more subtle mind, we can see. But we imagine for now the presence of Chenrezig, compassionate eyed one, Lama Zopa Rinpoche calls. And he's in a peaceful aspect, very sweet, loving kindness in his face and his eyes, kind, soft, white light body, male aspect, although you can't tell sometimes, you know, they're pretty androgynous. And in the Bodhisattva style, like sort of based as the Indian, you know, the Tibetans have done their own thing over the last 1200 years, but still based on the original Indian, kind of royal style, aristocratic, beautiful silken clothes. He's got 4 hands, first 2 holding a wish-fulfilling jewel. There used to be such a thing well before this planet. And the other 2 hands holding about ear level, a mala in his right hand, a crystal mala, and the left hand is a white lotus. And on his right shoulder is an antelope skin, which is said to show his peaceful nature. Everything's radiant light, which should make the mind very happy, should lift our mind. And he's sitting on a multicolored lotus, and on the lotus is a sun disk and a moon disk, like 2 flat cushions. Can't see them. Wisdom and compassion. And then we think of all sentient beings are there. And we can see them in the form of friends, enemies, and strangers, the objects of attachment, aversion, and ignorance. All beings, there's no one left over. No, there's no 4th category of sentient beings. Of course, these categories are made up by our delusions, and we believe they're true, but there's no inherent, I mean, not even in conventional nature, there's no such thing. Forget about ultimate nature. We just made them up, and then we believe in them. So we see the world through the lenses of whether or not they fulfill our needs. We should be quite shocked by that. That's the world, isn't it? We don't question it. Everybody is seen through the lenses of our needs. So if they fulfill them, we think they're gorgeous and we call them friends. And if they don't, actively don't, we call them enemies and we think they're horrible. And the rest who do neither, we couldn't care less. They could all drop dead. Doesn't affect us. It's quite shocking, really. That's the world. And everyone does this. All beings have their friends, enemies, and strangers, because we've all got the three poisons. But in reality, they're the same from the point of view of wanting to be happy, not wanting to suffer, from the point of view of having Buddha nature. They're equal, not a fraction of difference. So Lama Chenrezig's brow, so yeah, if we have a Lama, a spiritual mentor, a spiritual guide, a guru, heavy with qualities, I've heard it means. We need people like that. Then we imagine it's their mind manifesting as the Buddha. Pabonka Rinpoche says, if the guru is not the Buddha, then who is? And that's kind of peculiar in the beginning. We don't know what that means. Just think about it for a second. The logic of this. So actually a Buddha doesn't need a body. They've done the job. They're finished. They're out of samsara. They're well gone. They're gone. They don't need bodies. They don't need universes. Their minds are in this pure, subtle, natural state of bliss, and they don't need to manifest. So then if there is a Buddha in a form, in a body, then that they just, you can't tell who a Buddha looks like. At the time of Shakyamuni Buddha, we used to look at statues now and say, oh, look, there's the Buddha. But if you were there then, he would have looked like all the other thousands of sadhus walking around India. You wouldn't have told the difference. You couldn't have told the difference unless you're clairvoyant. So they refer to him as Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. He was the guru at the time. He just like present day, you've got a human form, let's say Dalai Lama, and people say he's the Buddha. You sort of go, oh yeah, all right, he's the Buddha. What does that mean? But we look in the statue, well, there's the Buddha, we say. But who was the Buddha other than the person who manifests in a body? That's it. There can't be any other. There's no other Buddha that's secret and hiding from us. It has to be that. The person who manifests in a human body to show us how to become a Buddha. But this is a subtle light body form. This is a subtle form. But even this, the Buddhas don't need, but they manifest in this form to benefit more advanced beings. And they've all got their own environments, their own pure land. They manifest. So our Lama as the Buddha. That makes it personal. And how are we going to know how to be a Buddha if we don't see one? How can you become a tennis player without a tennis coach? It's not possible. You can't just read a book. You've got to have someone in front of you, showing you, being it, embodying it. That's the guru. So at his brow is a white Om, at his throat a red R, at his heart a blue Hung. If you know Sanskrit or Tibetan, then fine. If not, the Roman letters. So now, so compassionately, no, not yet. But from his heart, beams of light go out from the blue Hung, and they go out to all the 10 directions: north, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, and up and down. That's 10. And it this light hooks the energy of all the actual Chenrezigs in their abodes, in their pure lands. And all the energy of all the Chenrezigs in the universe comes back with this light beams and absorbs into the heart of our visualization. They call that the commitment being. And we just invited the wisdom beings, and now they merge, becoming non-dual. Zahong, Bamho. And now the Chenrezig in front of us is the embodiment of all the Chenrezigs in the universe. Radiant, powerful, blissful, beautiful. So now we all take refuge together in our little prayer here. Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. Okay, so all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, just like we're visualizing. All the beings. No, we didn't. No, I didn't say the sentient beings yet. I forgot. I just said friend, enemy, stranger. But right in front of you, the objects of aversion. Even if there's one person right now is making you crazy, you visualize them and all the others behind. To the left, your beloved. If there's one beloved, one object of attachment, put them right there. All your other beloveds to the left. And then everywhere else, to the right, and in front and above, and to the left, and to the right, and below and behind, all the others, the strangers, pervading space. And they're all in the form of humans, which is the form they can get enlightened in. They're all experiencing their own particular sufferings of the realms of existence. Imagine this. So now this, now Lama Chen, so we now take refuge. We express our reliance upon the three jewels. So all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. Yidam, gurus, the ones in front of us, humans. The yidam, I don't know the word in Tibetan what it means, but it's referring to the Buddha, the deity, the Buddha that you feel closest to, the one that you relate to in this life. That's your yidam. And all the dakas and dakinis, these gorgeous male and female kind of like cuties who make people happy. That's very, very broad definition. Then we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, which is your enlightened mind, your potential. We're relying upon that. That's the inner guru, the inner Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. There's a very Sakya way of saying. Our Guluk Palamas don't talk like that. That's Sakya. Different ways, different expressions. It helps. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now, as we sing a few times, Om Mani Padme Hum, the sound, it's a sound expression of the same energy that the Buddha is the manifestation in the body. It's the sound expression of this Buddha of compassion. And as we're saying the mantra, we sing it first, then we'll say silently. We continue to visualize Lama Chenrezig sending out. No, we haven't started yet. Sorry, I'm jumping all over the place. We will visualize Lama Chenrezig from the white ominous brow, sending out radiant laser beams of white light that enter into our brow and the brows of every being, in front, behind, besides, up, down, everywhere. And this is particularly those with COVID-19, particularly suffering now with the Delta version, all the suffering, the direct result, the direct suffering of having it, but all the others who are suffering as a consequence of this, all the thousands, the millions. I mean, in this country, there's something like 750,000 people have died already. And it continues, doesn't it? So much sickness. And the suffering as a result, not just the dying, but the suffering. And then, of course, everybody else is suffering. We imagine all this, and this white light goes out and enters into us, and we imagine completely purifies the sickness of the bodies which experience sickness, which is a result of harming and killing sentient beings in the past, karmically. But then also this light, crucially, also purifies, eradicates all the other trillions of karmic seeds in all of our minds that haven't yet ripened as this kind of suffering. We purify the seeds before they ripen. That's the best. We strongly want this, visualize this, imagine this, as we sing the mantra and then say it silently. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Strongly visualizing the white light coming. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So continuing, Lama Chenrezig never stops sending out the light, taking away all the suffering and the causes. As we say now, these aspirations, these verses, these thoughts, these wishes. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. all these, this is the Tibetan medical system, and it's based probably on the Indian, I don't know, the Chinese as well. There's all these, of course, because of the Buddha's view of all these different beings, disembodied beings, and many of them are terribly suffering, and they're also very harmful. So there's this whole list of all these different types of beings, how they cause suffering. And then you go to your Tibetan doctor, they can tell by looking at you, by looking at your urine, whether or not you're being interfered with by these spirits, they say. Very common way that people suffer, according to them. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the infallibility of karma and its results. This natural law that runs the universe runs within this law. It's just the way it is. No one runs it. No one made it up. It's not punishment. It's not reward, which is how we hear it. That's just silly. It's just a natural law. It just occurs that whatever we think and do and say produces the person we become now and in the future. It's very simple, really. Negative actions produce suffering and positive ones produce happiness. It's almost too simple. We just, don't trust it. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. So sickness is just plain sickness, is caused by harming others, but also caused by interference from these spirits. And of course, being harmed by others is a result of this as well. So, you know, so the way to not get sick and to not be harmed by others, the solution is practice morality and don't harm others. It's hardly complicated. We make it complicated in our culture. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we say the mantra again a few times. Lama Chenrezig continuing to send us light beams, benefiting every being in the universe. Right? We imagine taking away all their suffering and the karmic seeds of the suffering, of the seeds from past harming that haven't ripened yet. That's the real job we have to do, to get ahead of the game. That's our purification at the end of the day. As Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, we're insane not to do it every day. Cleaning up your act at the end of the day. It's a very powerful practice. So we visualize and continue to visualize Lama Chenrezig sending this light from his brow, from the white Om into the brows of every being, filling completely, pure, taking away all the suffering, all the pain, alleviating them, the suffering and pain, you know, unbelievable. And purifying all the causes of the past that haven't yet ripened. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. And remember saying it even like slightly, even a little bit. Whoever hears you around you, all the bugs, the creatures, the spirits around, they can all hear it. So bless them as well. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. So as we recite, Lama Chenrezig continues to bless every being in the universe with the white beams of light. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Really want this, you know, from the heart. The stronger the thoughts, the stronger the wishes, the more likely the result. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, may whatever sufferings that, what did I say? I've lost. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, because that we need that to be useful. It's the only reason to have a well-being and health, so we can be useful. Work on our minds and be useful. That's it. And be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, with the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we do the next chakra. Kind Lama Chenrezig sends red light, radiant beams of laser light from his throat, the red R at his throat, that enters the throats of every being in the universe, in front, sides, below, up, down, everywhere. And this time, this purifies all the speech. Of course, it's the karma we create as humans. We clever humans with our clever sounds, but we all suffer the results, So all the karma we've created with our speech, lying, that brings a result, for example, as an experience similar to the cause, you don't get believed. Harsh speech brings us similar to the result. The result called experience is similar to the cause, is that even if you're speaking nicely, people think you're being abusive. They think you're being rough. The result of rabbiting on about nothing, gossiping, just nonsense, meaningless words, is that, and this is really obvious, this is really a painful suffering. No one pays any attention to what you say. Your words have no power. This is very painful. We need speech to survive in life, so people don't pay attention, don't have no interest in our words, don't believe us, think we're being horrible. We can't communicate. It's very painful. These are just experiences similar to the cause. So all of this purified, imagine all of this purified, this red light, all the beings in the universe, full of this blissful red light. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of this red light, totally purified, all the speech. Imagine. And all the karmic seeds from the past ripen, purified before they ripen as suffering. And now we visualize Lama Chenrezig so kindly, so compassionately, sending the blue beams of light from the blue hung at his heart that penetrate in the center of the chest of every being, filling us completely with this radiant blue light, instantly purifying the mind, which is the source of everything. Body and speech are just expressions of the thoughts, aren't they? So now we get to the root of the problem and we purify. This light purifies the delusions, the ego grasping, the ignorance that believes in the intrinsic me and everything else, that gives rise to attachment to get what that fantasy me wants, which gives rise to aversion when it doesn't get it, and all the other 83,997 neuroses that Buddha has identified. All of which are not at the core of our being. This is why they can be removed. This is Buddha's essential, fundamental, outrageous finding from his own direct experience. Psychologically, he has found from his own direct experience that all these neuroses, which are the source of our pain and suffering, they're not at the core of our being. This is so shocking if we think about it. Don't just hear it as religion. It's shocking. There's no concept like that. We give equal status to love and anger and jealousy and kindness and all the rest in our psychology, in our neuroscience. There's no concept. There's no, in fact, it sounds ridiculous. These are not at the core of our being and therefore can be removed. And that's what nirvana means, liberation from suffering and its causes. Incredible. This blue light filling us, eradicating all the delusions. How incredible. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of this blue light, freedom from delusions. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May what all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the power, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes, no, the acute, yes, 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we do we've now purified body, speech, and mind. We're now going to get all the blessings and imagine all the realizations of body, speech, and mind. Let's create the causes for this. So Lama Chenrezig so compassionately this time sends now the white beams from his white Om entering our brow, all of us. And this time, the delusions, all the negatives, all the seeds of negativity of the body have gone. So what's left is to now manifest all the qualities. So even just this with body alone, the light fills us, and imagine just this body now, it can only benefit others, not possible to harm. Imagine this. Not only that, though, manifesting, filling us with the potential, our potential, but blessing, activating our potential when we are a Buddha, to be able to manifest in countless bodies throughout countless universes for the sake of countless sentient beings. This is not said to be science fiction. This is said to be, it's all there in the texts. All the methods are there, all laid out. Imagine this, manifesting in countless bodies. It's the job of a Buddha, never giving up manifesting in countless bodies to benefit sentient beings according to their needs. Imagine all this, full of this amazing potential. Oh, money, pemi, 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 oh, money, pemi. Oh, money, pemi, hum. Now, Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends laser beams of red light from the red R at his throat, penetrate our throats and every being in the universe, filling us this time with the power of speech, the most precious gift we can give to others, the main gift of the Buddha. You can see 20 million Buddhas looking handsome at you for countless lifetimes. It doesn't help. They've got to say the words. They've got to give you the advice. Because we live at this conceptual level, so we need advice at this level. This is the most precious thing. And we need this in our lives, the power of speech. And this comes from silence and from not saying negative speech and from saying mantras and saying positive speech too. It blesses us, it blesses the wind energies and then blesses our mind. So we can benefit others. Even just one small piece of advice can be something that can transform a person's life. Full of this marvelous potential to benefit sentient beings. Power of speech, blissful red light. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends radiant beams of blue light from the hung at his heart, entering everybody's heart chakra, filling completely. And this time, filling us with all the virtues. Think of it like that, you know. The delusions have gone. So what's left? Not nothing. There's only all the virtues. They are the core of our being. This mightn't seem logical to us until we understand the Buddha's views. That's why we have to study it. There's logic to it. It's very powerful that these virtues, goodness, kindness, love, compassion, they're rooted in reality. They're rooted in dependent arising, which is reality. So this is like at the core of our being. You can't remove these from the mind. This is like, you know, the H2O of the mind. It is what the mind is. These virtues, wisdom, love, kindness, compassion, all of these. Imagine full of all of this. How incredible. Blue light coming. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And the bonus, bliss. Because delusions are gone. That's what causes suffering. That's what causes angst and anxiety and stress and worry and dramas. When they're all gone, we're only blissful. Can't help it. It's natural. The mind is radiantly joyful. That's the bonus. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Couple more times the verses. And then we become Buddha. After the next step is we become Buddha. All sentient, no, where are we? May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of the karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth. The power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these, excuse me, I'm so scattered, forgive me, these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now, Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends the three lights together. And they talk, they say this, what we've done is already remove the obstacles to liberation. The first lot, we've achieved our liberation, but now we have to achieve omniscience, Buddhahood. And this, of course, comes with when we combine all this with bodhicitta. So now these three lights together, they say it's removing all the obstacles to omniscience. It's a bit like, I think of it as a sort of, one example I've heard, you remove the garlic from the jar, but now you have to remove the smell. Or I think of it as a second rinse, You've rinsed your clothes in the washing machine, but you've got to do one more rinse to get rid of even the subtlest dirt, That's how they talk about it. Sounds kind of cute. So there's three lights together, the white to the brow, red to the throat, blue to the horn, entering into all the beings. And now we all become Chenrezig. Imagine this, we all turn into Chenrezig. How incredible. Really imagine this. Oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum. And now Lama Chenrezig comes to sit above everyone's head, billions of them, and dissolves into us, every one of us, so happily. And our mind, body, and speech, and the Lama's body, speech, and mind, and the Buddha's, Chenrezig's body, speech, and mind become one. Imagine this. And then just for a second, for a minute and a half, whatever, visualize you expand to fill the universe. Your mind, radiant, clear, no thoughts. And now we think, this body of ours is, if we think like the bodhisattvas and Buddhas, instead of thinking this is me plodding through life, think your body is there and your speech are there only for others. This is very amazing. Your body and speech are for whoever sees you, hears you, tastes you, touches you, smells you, all the sentient beings around, you're there for them. And when you're on your own, your mind, that's your business. You watch it like a hawk every second, checking the delusions, noticing the jealousy, the fears, the low self-esteem, the hurt, the anger, the resentment, the sadness, all of this. Just check it. Try to hear the concept. Try to hear the thought that it's saying, and then argue with it, because there's no valid basis. It's all coming from the mistaken sense of a separate self. All nonsense. But we've got to hear it, have confidence, and argue, use wisdom and virtue to argue with all these crazy roommates. That's it. And every second of our day is practice. Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, ma ke panam ke gyuchig, ke panyam pa me pa yang gong ne gong du pa ba shog. And may all the holy beings, may Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all our lamas, all our teachers, all the holy beings in the world live long, long, long lives. The world needs them badly. Thank you, darling ones. Gone like a dream. That's it. Thank you very much, Carol.
Good morning, Venerable Rabina.
Thank you. I just
Thank
took over from Venerable Sarah. Now you're taking over from me. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Ring of monks and nuns for 24 hours. It's amazing.
It is. It really is wonderful. Thank you so much. I think I'm trying some headphones this morning, and I'm hoping everyone can hear. Okay, good. Great. Thank you. So welcome to the 7 a.m. session of Prayerathon. My name is Carol. I'm in San Francisco Bay Area at Chenrezig Center. And welcome to all the familiar faces on Zoom. I know Venerable Rubino has such a wonderful class and has been doing this practice for the past year, more than a year. And I'm just rejoicing in everyone who participates here and on YouTube. And just, I want to thank Chenrezig Institute and IMI, everyone who's participated, everyone who makes this happen. So just coming together this morning, and maybe as we set our motivation, taking a moment to just quiet the mind. Maybe we can bring in this idea of gratitude as well as along with our motivation, this thinking. Allowing the mind to rest on the breath first. And just first letting go of all the thoughts and all the day's concerns. Checking the body to make sure it's relaxed. Make sure your shoulders are relaxed. Your jaw, the corners of your mouth, your neck. You hold a lot of tension in these places. And just allowing the mind to quiet. And then bringing our thoughts to our motivation, because motivation determines the ultimate outcome of our actions, our speech. So coming from a place of virtue, a positive place, then we create the causes for joy, for happiness. Likewise, when the self-cherishing mind arises and we get caught up in those thoughts, in this view of what about me, what's, poor me, however that may go, we just create the causes for more suffering. So just letting go of all that for a moment, examining this. Going back to this view of really being here for all sentient beings, thinking that just as I know my suffering very well, so does each and every sentient being. And we all want to be free of our suffering. I was thinking there are so many beings out there. So important. Best thing I can do with this life is to really work to eliminate that suffering, to help them eliminate their suffering. And the Buddha gave us this path, this way of achieving that end of suffering. So just taking that thought to heart, thinking, I really want to attain enlightenment, just to be of benefit to all sentient beings. And just keep in mind that when we say all sentient beings, we're including ourselves. We are all interconnected, all together, all interdependent. So just resting in this thought of bodhicitta, this wish to attain enlightenment to benefit all beings. And although we've been through very difficult times, we can bring up this thought of gratitude because we can think of the good things that are happening, that in spite of all the difficulties, so many beneficial things have happened. We have this prayerathon, we have our precious teachers, we have so many teachings available now, things that were unreachable before in terms of perhaps being in a place where there wasn't a center, where there weren't teachings. We now have that capacity, that ability to reach these classes, these teachings. And there's been a lot of benefit in terms of just all the caregivers, all the health workers. Just an amazing amount of effort's has been expended to help others, to help mitigate this pandemic. So just thinking in this way that yes, things are difficult, but we have so much to rejoice in. We have this moment of virtue, so that's pure joy. Doing this practice together. So let's begin with this prayer that we've been doing for a while now, this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. And Lama Zopa Rinpoche, I found this copy here now, and it's very nice because it has this picture of this great yogi, Thangtong Gyalpo. And it's beneficial for us to be able to see this picture when we're doing this practice. So this format is it's nicer because I don't have to scroll. So, and make everyone seasick with words going up and down. So let's just voice this motivation. It's really thinking, all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So just resting in this motivation for a moment. We're renewing our refuge. And just clearly setting our motivation for the rest of this practice. Remembering the Dharmakaya as this lack of inherent existence, this empty clarity. So now, just imagine yourself sitting in a green meadow with your friends and family to either side, and all sentient beings in human form making a big circle and kind of extending out to the horizon. Everyone is seated just comfortably, harmoniously, peacefully. And in the center of the circle is Chenrezig, the embodiment of compassion, this radiant white colored body. And just imagine that Chenrezig looks out at every being, seeing into our hearts and really wishing us this compassionate energy, this compassion, wishing us to be free of all suffering. And as we recite this mantra, just imagine that rays of light radiate out. This white, brilliant light radiates out from Chenrezig's holy body, enters the crown of your head, and the crown of each and every sentient being, and begins filling us with this radiant white light, thus relieving all suffering. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani. And as we continue with the mantra repetition, just think that reciting this holy mantra will generate this thought of purification. Maybe for a moment, generating regret for all the negative actions we might have done. And just thinking in your heart that you want to purify them, eliminate them, as if you mistakenly drink poison. We do this by reciting this mantra of Chenrezig, doing this virtuous action. Just purifying all negativities. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, 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 oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. So just feel your body filled with this radiance and compassion of Chenrezig, and now purified with this practice of taking refuge, of regretting our actions, of reciting this mantra, doing this virtuous action, just purifying all our negativities, and then complete this purification with a thought to refrain from repeating those actions again. So holding in our hearts this wish to eliminate all negativities, to not fall into the same selfish habits and difficulties that we're so accustomed to. Just keeping in mind this altruistic mind, this wish to follow these teachings laid out by the Buddha, to follow this path, and this determination to attain enlightenment, to benefit not only ourselves, but every sentient being. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om. So now just imagine that Chenrezig goes to the crown, just manifests countless bodies, goes to the crown of every sentient being. So imagine Chenrezig at your crown, dissolving into light, entering your crown and completely filling your body with this compassionate energy, eliminating sufferings and all their causes. And just feeling yourself relieved of all suffering, and visualize each and every being, every sentient being, feeling the same way, being filled with this compassion. And all being filled with this wish to relieve the suffering of others. So with this, let's do this actual prayer with this thought in our hearts of this compassionate energy, this brilliant compassion of Chenrezig. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, not like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just taking this prayer to heart, and in a heartfelt way, just generating this strong wish that it's completely fulfilled, actualized, just as we say it. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, the illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So with this final repetition, just thinking that everything we say here, everything we're reciting has happened. So just rejoicing and feeling confident that this prayer is completely effective. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, not like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now just completing the practice in our hearts, dedicating, thinking that may this prayer be effective. May all my actions, all my words, may my thoughts rest in this wish, a strong wish for enlightenment, not only for myself, but for every sentient being. And all my actions and my words lead me to that result. And we can do some of these the dedication verses that have been recommended by Rinpoche. So may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Just remembering samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And then just thinking, as long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. And then just to seal the merits with emptiness, recalling how this samsara, this world we live in, seems so real, but in fact is just, it's like a dream. It's completely empty of inherent existence. So due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, the source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our first guru, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you so much. I am not sure who's joining next. Oh, there's Venerable Kyabje.
Yes, same as usual.
Kyabje Lama. How are
to
you
see
doing
you
this
again.
week?
We're okay here. We're still stuck in the house.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
it's difficult. Yeah.
yeah,
Well, I know it's difficult in so many places where people are cautious here, but things are, changing slowly. So
okay.
anyway, but
Yeah,
it's
hopefully,
nice to,
you know.
yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, just going to say, yeah, hopefully, I think in
Yeah.
California, it's a little bit more under control than in some parts of the
Yeah.
country. Is that right? Yeah.
I think that's for most of California. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, I think we've gotten past the variant hasn't hit as severely because so many people are vaccinated, and now
Okay.
they're making boosters available for many
Right.
people.
Okay.
So
Good.
yeah. So well, I hope vaccinations and everything reach the places where they really need them.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's-
we could use. We're fortunate. We're all vaccinated in the monastery, but I think most
Yeah.
of the people around us are not.
Around. Yeah. It's it's still good to important to be doing this practice. So thank you so much.
Okay. Thank
Take
you.
care.
Yeah.
Okay.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And thank you, everyone. Bye.
Okay. Hello. So here we are at Chenrezig Monastery in South India. Or maybe I implied it by what I was just saying. It's quite a bad situation here, especially past 2 weeks. We've had a major resurgence, and there is cases all over the place. Very close to our house, just 50 yards perhaps from our house. Walk outside, so we don't go outside. Yeah, it's very hard to know exactly what the situation is like. The news is not very clear, and even within the monastery, the announcements are not entirely clear. It does seem, fortunately, I don't know if it's unfortunate, it sounds like a bad thing to say, but most of the cases in the monastery are among under 18, which means the non-vaccinated, because unfortunately in India, there's no vaccination available for those under 18. So we have about 1,000 monks under 18, and it's spreading quite a bit among them. And it is also still spreading among the older monks, but the cases seem to be pretty mild since we've all been vaccinated. So that's quite, at least it's fortunate. But yeah, I haven't been out of the monastery in almost a year. But from what I hear from people who go out in the surrounding towns and so forth, there's not really any precautions being taken anymore. People are probably just tired of it, and not just that. I mean, I think that Indian people, a lot of them, they're living subsistence day to day, and they can't really afford to be staying at home and living off their savings. So life just goes on as normal. So yeah, that's how it is, and it continues to spread, and doesn't seem to be any sign of abating anytime soon. So that's how it probably is in many parts of the world. It's quite different life than how it was in the past, but that's part of samsara, as we say, that things are always changing, and not only changing, but changing in a way that is out of our power and is therefore in the nature of suffering. So for those of us who have the opportunity to meditate on this, it's actually quite useful to see the the uncertainty of things. Even the monastery itself, which is meant to be a place to reflect on the Buddha's teachings, but of course we can get into the habit of thinking this is just how it is. It'll always be every year going on, same study program, the same activities, but now it's all been shut down. It's very different than how it was before. So that being said, every week I've been trying to recite a few verses from the Bodhisattva Charyavatara here because, since I have a lot of time on my hands, I've been reciting that regularly, along with some other texts as well. So it's been very good in that regard to reflect on these things. So I was going through the chapter on introspection the past few weeks, but I think I'll come back to the past chapter on patience because the rest of the chapter on introspection, a lot of it's kind of, I think it would be a little bit awkward to recite here. A lot of it has to do with very specific things to be careful about, so it wouldn't make much sense for doing a motivation for the prayers, but certainly a chapter on patience is a lot to think about. So even at the beginning, it talks about quote, some of the very gross disadvantages of anger. So it says, Sherang sumi semchangna semni shiwa nyaminyo karan dewa mitobla nimi ong shinden megyo. So it's when one's mind is held by the, I guess we say the thorn or the poison of anger, of hatred, then their peace of mind will never come, and happiness and enjoyment will not come, and sleep will not come, and one will be unstable. So these are a variety of different disadvantages of anger to think about. And then a couple of verses later, he continues, Dini sajik kyowagyur de jimpe dukyang demiche dona trowa dernepa dini ganyang yomayan. So with anger, it says di, but it means this. So this anger, this thing that we're talking about, it causes our friends to be unhappy. So really the point is that it causes us to lose friends. And even though we practice generosity and make friends through generosity, it's not, the friendships aren't stable because we then ruin them through our anger. And it's, so in short, a person who is angry being happy, it doesn't exist. That's what he says. The Ganayam Yamayan, that it does not, a completely non-existent thing. So Troe Dry de la Sok, Dungo Dani Chepargyor, Gang Shik Trim de Trodrompa, Dini de Dan Shendu de. So the enemy of anger causes these and other sufferings. But then the positive side, he says, but whoever focuses their mind and destroys their anger, then they will be happy in this and other lives. So that's the positive side. It's not just negative. There's a way out of this. So similarly, I suppose, with COVID now, in the monastery, here we are, and we've gotten vaccinated, and we've all been practicing quarantine for 2 years, but it doesn't seem to be ending the crisis. But we can at least work with our minds, and there's a way out. Phenomena, samsara, will always be unstable and fluctuating. So these kinds of things are always going to happen as long as our minds are uncontrolled. But if we want to be happy, we can change our minds at any time. and then we'll be happy in this life and happy in the future lives as well. So with that being said, maybe we can start with the prayers here. Let's see. Okay. So we'll recite the motivational prayer here first 3 times, and then the mantra of Avalokiteshvara. We'll do the long mantra once, then we can do the short mantra together. And the rest of the time we'll spend on the actual prayer. But let's just start for a couple minutes, sitting quietly just to get gathered and focused here. Okay, so the motivation. All sentient beings and mothers who are infinite like space go for refuge of the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge of the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings and mothers who are infinite like space go for refuge of the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings and mothers who in infinite like space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And we recite the mantra. Namo Ratnadvayaya Namo Janam Zaigaravarajan Buddhajaya Tadagadaya Arhade Samyak Sambuddha Namazarva Tadagadevya Arhatebhyam Samyak Sambuddhebhya Namaharya Avalokita Buddhaya Bodhisattvayam Mahasattva Mahakarunika Tayadaham Dharadavam Viridiridurudu Idevade Tale Tale Pratsale Pratsale Kuzume Kuzumaware Ile Mele Devala Mabana Yezoham The actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher letting the animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and appearance, not occur in the realms of the world. May acute, chronic, or other metabic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, though they didn't place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other metabic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, though they didn't place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Dakinis and our protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and appearance, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other metabic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, though they didn't place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, of the power of the Dakinis and our protectors and guardians, by the power of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and appearance, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, or metabic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, so they didn't place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Dakinis and our protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, Separate the body from the mind and appearance, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so that in his place inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 160 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of very happiness, be totally pacified. And the body and mind of radiance and power, and be out of long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the power of the dakinis of our protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, and the harms of grahas, spirits, illnesses, and the buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, or epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so that in place inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power, and being out of long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels of the power of the dakinis and our protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, of the dharmas, grahas, spirits, illnesses, and the buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and appearance, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, though they didn't place inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power, and being out of the long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, of the power of the dakinis of our protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grahas, spirits, illnesses, and the buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and appearance, should not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so that in places of the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 2,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and being out of long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the power of the dakinis and our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grahas, spirits, illnesses, and the buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and appearance, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, or other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, though they didn't place inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Or whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and being of long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Dakinis of our protectors and guardians, by the power of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, that harms the graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher lending an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and appearance does not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other endemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify beings. Though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings there are, the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, with the power of the Dakinis, their protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so then let's do the dedication prayers. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara in nirvana lack even an atom in apparent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are in betraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought. These two are mutually complementary, not contradictory. Over many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. And by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may quickly attain the state of Ajadara. By the force of the victorious one Sangha, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away even for a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one Losang Drakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and void emptiness. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all the negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. May by merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching and talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to the past, present, and future merit collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. Lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who are completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to people to train, just like the hero Manjushri. He knows reality, and just like Samandarbhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue, with the dedication praise is the best, by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the three times, and to have good conduct. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified, and conducive conditions be complete. Due to the two types of merits of the three times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one Losang Drakpa shine resplendent forever. incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. He who upholds the subduer's moral way, who serves as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, masterfully accomplished, magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay, thank you. Hello, Venerable Amy. Nice to see you again. I can't hear you. You're on mute. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
How's everything?
We're okay in the house. The monastery's struggling, but we're staying inside. Yeah.
Well, I hope you all stay healthy, and I hope things get better at at Sarah soon.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope things stay well there for you as well in Vena Medicine Buddha.
Thank you. I'm not living there, but I'm in
Right.
California, near there.
You're nearby, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
but
California
that
is
area.
fortunately doing well. You know, they're
Yeah.
so we'll hope it'll continue that, and we're hoping the numbers. I think they're just starting to go down in the States right now, but slowly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
It's the unvaccinated that seem to be getting sick.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what's happening here too. I was saying that there's 1,000 monks under 18, and they can't be vaccinated because there's no vaccine available in India that's allowed for under 18.
I'm so sorry.
So fortunately, they don't get very sick. It seems like there's been
Right.
no deaths since April, I don't think. So
Well,
that's a good
very
thing.
good.
There's been a lot of cases.
That's very good. Well, thank you so much, and please take care.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you too. Maybe see you again.
Nice to see
Bye.
you. Welcome, everyone. Lovely to see you. And let's take a moment to think about our motivation. Some of you have already set a motivation for the day, and let's just rekindle that of these COVID practices that you can hear what's happening in India, South India. And it's been quite challenging at the monasteries because they don't have enough space to live to distance. So that's been very challenging. And all over the planet. So we're going to do these practices to not only invest in our own practices to get enlightened quickly, but then in that case, we can really perfectly benefit all living beings. And for all the beings all over the planet right now who have COVID and are struggling from other mental and physical imbalances. Let's do these practices. So do let me know if you can't see something that we're reading. This is the Vajra armor practice. So imagine this blue-black Vajrapani in the space in front of you, facing you. He's a few feet in front of you, slightly higher than the level of your forehead, riding this donkey, multi-headed donkey, and he's surrounded by transcendental wisdom fire. Feel that this is all in the nature of light, and imagine out of his body, all the pores of his body come rays of light, whichever color you'd like to imagine, and also signs of purification, like the Garuda over his head, right here, black pigs, scorpions, all coming out of his body, disseminating through the planet, chasing COVID out, away, eliminating, eradicating COVID and all other imbalances, body and mind, as we recite his mantra. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshig naganen tayata sarva verita hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembarshig naganen tayata sarva verita Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Hom benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. So if you'd like, you can put your hand over your mouth. You've just blessed your speech with this incredibly powerful practice. So as you exhale, imagine that purification continues as you inhale up your nose. If you have a drink, blow on the surface a few times again with that blessed speech. And take a few sips, continue to feel that deep purification. And imagine the blue-black Vajrapani in the space in front dissolves into emptiness. From that wisdom arises Black Manjushri, overtop your crown, facing the same direction as you. He's about 6 inches in height. This is a manifestation of the Buddha of infinite wisdom, but in this form, black color, purifies disease. So a similar visualization, out of all the pores of his body come various light rays and different signs of purification that descend through your crown, as well as all over the planet. cleansing the planet of COVID and all other imbalances, illnesses, diseases, epidemics, descending down through you, also purifying you of all imbalances, body and mind. Excuse me, as we recite his mantra. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. Om Tazo Chuzo Tazo Miso Ningola Chokalaja Kam Jam Dram Bebe Soha. So imagine this black manjushri over top your crown slowly dissolves from the edges of the visualization into the center, into a radiant drop of light. And imagine that drop melts into your crown, granting you all the blessings of his holy body, holy speech, and holy mind. This is the prayer liberating Sakya from disease from Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Let's do that 2 more times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we'll be reciting Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of the Buddha of compassion, as we gaze upon this image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. The actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll do that 2 more times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just bringing Arya Mother Tara here with us, with His Holiness. Om Dare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Dare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Dare Tutare Ture Soha. So just feeling all those blessings from His Holiness. So let me bring this prayer up. Here we go. This is the words of truth pacifying the danger of weapons. O Mani Padme Hung, great loving victorious one, Arya sublime compassion, eye looking one, wrathful victorious Hayagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by the recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits, who by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an Asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind, sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. This is the request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed. Jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the four elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties, through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And finally, our dedication prayers. And in addition, if anyone's interested, I'm leading a meditation at from 9 to 10 today, so in about a half an hour for Land of Medicine Buddha. Please feel free, if you'd like to join, you can register through their site, Land of Medicine Buddha. You can search and find their site. Let's dedicate all of the incredible positive merit energy that we've created to help all the beings around the planet with COVID to heal instantly for anyone, and of other diseases as well. And for anyone who has died in the last 49 days, may they immediately take a precious human rebirth to get enlightened, to benefit all living beings. I'd also like to dedicate to Alan Glick, who passed away, and for people that need additional healing, Kathleen Raffat, Jean McGarvey, Trish Flaherty, Norma Harris, Debbie Warner, Vanessa Hardy, Geshe Tenley, Ross Lasley, Jody Gall, Joanne Lemson, Venerable Pelyung, and Lizzie. O Janju Senjo Rinpoche, Mage Panyam Ge Gyurchi, Ke Panyam Pame Pa Yi, Gone Gondu Belwar Shon. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Whatever idea you have about emptiness, please reflect for a moment. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue at the dedication praise is the best, by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. For the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And if you're interested as well, I'm leading a Discovering Buddhism module on karma starting October 14th, hosted again by Land of Medicine Buddha. So look forward to possibly seeing you there. Thank you so much for joining, and lovely to see you, Venerable G. Thank you. How are you doing? I think you're muted. I forget your name. I'm so sorry.
Gendun, Tenzin Gendun.
Gendun. Okay.
Sanjay is old days.
Sanjay, I remember. Yes. Put it on your name so then we know when you know.
Oh no, I'm too shy for that.
Anyway, I
You
hope
remember
you're
Amy?
well.
Actually, you led my first discussion group, Tushita.
I remember that.
Do you remember?
I remember that.
Such a small group. I remember just after, I think it was an EC in Bodhgaya. You all came back. One more. There was David Marks. All these people. You came back with them. Like I think you had to leave.
1990.
91. Like February, just before Losai. Just before Losai, it was freezing. I can't remember who led. I think it was Conchog leading the course, not the Australian. She became a nun during the course, I think. Remember Tenzin Conchog who died from cancer?
I can't quite remember her now,
yeah,
but I remember that discussion, those discussion groups.
Yeah, nice.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And now you're a wonderful monk studying at Nalanda, becoming a great scholar.
No, I've kind of finished my studies. I'm kind of trying to retire now. I started that, like, what do you call it, long retreat after the master program. So.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I was trying to go to Nepal, but of course it was closed and all that kind of stuff. So I started here in my room. So I'm here now. It's great. You're doing a lot of teaching, huh?
You're doing retreat now? Or?
Yeah, I'm doing retreat. Yeah, I started in mid-January.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. I'm helping out because this is one of Rinpoche's wishes, and people are and even dumb children are living with us. So you kind of not extra pressure, but it's encouraging us to do so.
Good for you. I did retreat the month of February at the home I had, my parents' home in Pennsylvania. And then I extended actually a couple more weeks into March. So that was, I try to get a month in every year. It's fantastic.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you must do.
Did you have some wishes to come to Dorje Pama? Because you were there once, no? Last time. The Dorje Pama.
I visited. I have a lot of interest to go there. Yeah, I have some interest still. So right now I'm in California.
Sure.
We'll see.
Looks good. I think there's 6 nuns. I think there's an American nun called Peggy. Well, her old name was Peggy. So,
oh, good.
Yeah,
that's great.
6 nuns which I'm telling.
Oh, I'm glad there's some nuns finally. Wonderful.
Yeah. They come for our sojourn. It's nice group.
Great. Well, I'll let you get on with your session.
Okay.
And I want to thank Chenrezig as well for hosting again and again and again. Venerable Damcho, everybody that's been a part of this, the whole tech team, thank you so much. And I know they can put in the chat, please, to think about making offerings to them is really, really helpful. Thank you so much. And please be well.
Thank you.
And enjoy and no obstacles to your retreat. Fantastic.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. Okay, so let's start again. Fulfilling Rinpoche's wishes to continue these prayers to pacify the COVID completely. So Rinpoche specifically requested these prayers to be done. Let's try and fulfill these wishes. So again, we start off by refuge in bodhicitta. Let's think about bodhicitta for a while. What is bodhicitta? What is this mind? So bodhicitta has 2 wishes. It's wish to benefit all sentient beings in terms of taking responsibility to free all sentient beings. So this huge task can only be accomplished if we have the power, capability, knowledge to actually do that. So to do that means actually completely purifying our mind and having all the realizations. And by that, we have all the knowledge, power, compassion to be of utmost benefit to all these beings. When we say all sentient beings, so we surround ourselves with these beings, our parents next to us, and our other relatives next to us, friends behind us, then all the beings, so including the difficult people in our lives right now, are reminding ourselves of immeasurable, countless last lives we've had, how many connections we've had, all these people, and every one of them has been just as close and as kind as our parents, relatives of this life. So keeping hold of that. And then going back to now checking for ourselves, where does bodhicitta comes from? It comes from great compassion. Great compassion is a mind already taking responsibility to wish to free all sentient beings. So to free them from what? So all kinds of difficulties people are going through, including the COVID virus that we're having to go through now, all the fears, worries, the sicknesses, the symptoms of passing away, the fears of taking the vaccine, all these difficulties coming. So may it all be pacified. So not just that, to think of all the different sufferings people are going through. To do that, we reflect first also on our own suffering, what we're going through, the difficulties of this life we've gone through, difficulties of past lives that we've gone through. So focusing not just now on the suffering of suffering, which is like the gross, painful feelings, painful minds we have that come up, not the suffering of change either, which is kind of pleasurable feelings that we mistake for real happiness. So all that is a nature of eventually turning into suffering and they never last. So we focus more on the suffering, what we call all pervasive suffering, just having taken aggregates due to karma and afflictions. And the tendencies are there to suffer again and again, whichever realm we get born into. So even the higher realms, although they last a very, very long time with incredible pleasurable feelings, they eventually finish and all karma ripens. So try to bring about that disenchantment with samsara for ourselves. And then reflect on others. Everybody's caught in the same web. Also under the power of karma afflictions, we'll have to go through incredible, pitiful sufferings. And we don't want to see that, to free them from that. So we could actually work for our own liberation, our own personal liberation, but that would leave all these beings behind in their miserable states. So then we go aim towards the Rupakaya, Dharmakaya, the fully enlightened being. That becomes our goal. And from that state, we can really help beings. And how do we do that? We have to actually see what's in their minds, what's happening, what's their main afflictions, and slowly, slowly guide them into the path of virtue, to ethics, and concentration, and then wisdom, showing them that actually the root of all this suffering comes due to the wrong conception of the self. So we have to know how to guide them in this way, how to teach them properly in this way. So to actually finish the path ourselves, we now take refuge in beings who've done the work, We've given up all these wrong conceptions, including the mind grasping at the self of me, I, the inherently existent me, I. And with that comes the self-cherishing mind, the self-centeredness. They've got rid of all the stains of those toxic minds, those unhealthy minds. And we ourselves, so we can do that work ourselves. So why is that? Because these toxic, unhealthy minds are not actually in one nature with our essential pure minds. They're fleeting, like clouds in the sky, and they can be removed, depending on the power of the antidotes, depending on how often we put them, and how the strength of how often we put them, we can actually get rid of these unhealthy minds completely. And that's what these beings in front of us have done. So we take the essence of all the Buddhas, which take now the form of Avalokiteshvara, 1,000 armed in front of us. So if you like, it's in essence your main root teacher, the one who's given you the closest contact with the Dharma, who's helped you transform your mind. And that becomes now the form of Chenrezig, 1,000 armed, looking at you compassionately, wishing to help you. So we need their blessings to actually transform our minds. So we ask for their blessings. We take refuge in bodhicitta. We say the mantra, we say the prayer. And then we actually pray that all these beings around us who haven't had the fortune to meet such a wonderful teaching or teachers, that their karma gets purified, the obstacles are completely removed for them to meet these complete teachings, the method and wisdom. And eventually, life after life, they can practice and actually free themselves, also becoming a guide, a complete protector, a savior for other beings. Wonderful. So let's take refuge. Thank you, all the sentient beings around us. They've been connected to us many, many times, especially they've been connected in a way of our parents, our mothers. So how could we not work for their benefit? All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So rest for a while with those words. Try and integrate them with your mind. So thinking the real refuge is putting into our hearts the advice given by these teachers. So especially thinking of the minds of compassion, love, patience, generosity. So it protects our mind from the toxic states of ill will and hatred, anger, miserliness. And we think especially trying to put the wisdom aspect, trying to slowly negate, erode away the sense of me, my, an independent intrinsic self, somewhere within these aggregates of body and mind. That I kind of appears to us and we grasp that it is true, and then due to that all the other toxic minds follow. And due to that, we carry out actions, and then due to that, we'll have to reap the consequences. So when we take refuge, we're saying we trust in the teachings the Buddha gave us. We're going to put them into practice. So now light rays are coming out from Avalokiteshvara, from every cell of his body in front of us, going out to touch all the beings. So touching ourselves, touching the beings around us, our parents, relatives, friends, and every living being in every different realm. So you can think it's actually alleviating their gross suffering, taking away any obstacles they have to actually meet the proper teachings that brings them into ethics and virtue and wisdom. And we put our minds now to the mantra, so saying the mantra, thinking of the six realm beings, the suffering. So keeping the mindfulness on all this, so gently saying the mantra, light rays going out from Avalokiteshvara, cleansing and healing. So again, keeping the visualization of Avalokiteshvara, in essence, our root guru in front of us. We say the actual prayer. So may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they're being placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma Protectors, and Guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma Protectors, and Guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and may endow with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma Protectors, and Guardians, and the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So think again now of all the beings around us, all going through difficulties. So due to our power of refuge, bodhicitta, saying the mantra, this powerful mantra of compassion, saying the actual prayer, there's all this positive energy now we gather up. So due to emptiness, the karma functions, so karma can be changed. So all the beings around us, the difficulties, etc. So if they have previous conditions, causes, our merits can actually affect them. So may they be healed, may they find the medicine, diagnosis, the doctors that can treat them well, may they have all the means for the medicine, may they be cured. back to health, and then may they find the ultimate medicine, the Dharma, and of all the conditions of practice. So we bring our Kadashra now to the crowns of our heads, facing the same direction as us, and it melts, dissolves into a small sphere of brilliant white light. And that gently sinks down to touch our crowns and enters our central channel. And imagine it slowly sinks down, so purifying our body, speech, and mind, and integrating with our body, speech, and mind. And our whole body, nervous system completely filled with blissful white light. And then light rays go out from our body to touch all the living beings, especially now our parents, relatives, friends, and every living being. So imagine light purifies them, taking all their gross suffering, the physical gross suffering, the mental worries, anxiety. And then also it ripens their mindset, obstacles for them to receive teachings, to be able to practice the path. So all those obstacles removed. So may they find the right conditions, the right teachers to have connection with, that will guide them, show them the correct way out of samsara into complete liberation, where there is no suffering anymore. So dedicate for that. So let's do a few dedications. So may all the wishes of His Holiness and the His Holiness Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche be fulfilled immediately. May all wars, religious conflicts, and disharmony in the world be pacified. May all epidemics be eliminated completely. May all the activities of the FPMT be most beneficial for the sixth realm sentient beings and for the flourishing of the Buddha's teachings. May all FPMT projects be free of all obstacles and succeed immediately, especially the Maitreya project, the Padmasambhava project for peace. May we be able to complete all the realizations of the path in order to be able to free all sentient beings from suffering and lead them to enlightenment. May all our virtuous temporal wishes for ourselves, family, friends, and so forth be fulfilled. May all those who died either be reborn in pure land where they can become enlightened, or at least take a perfect human rebirth. So yeah, especially think of people you know who passed away recently. May all those who are sick and suffering receive whatever help they need. Again, especially think of people you know around you who are going through difficulties, mental worries, anxiety. And just do a few more dedications of long life for His Holiness first. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For you who uphold the subdues moral way, you serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Thank you very much. Brother Sundru was upstairs. Good. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for leading. Thank you very much. Yeah, also again a big thank you to Chenrezig Institute for organizing all the technical difficulties with that. And since more than a year now, they have been supporting us in that way. It's really wonderful. And as Venerable Gani did already before, maybe we can spend again a few moments to remind our motivation. And as we're doing this practice, especially to pass by the coronavirus, maybe we have been affected by that ourselves. Or we might at least know somebody who has been affected by that virus. by ever being sick, or at least diagnosed positive, or maybe even having died from that. If in our friends or family, somebody who is dear to us. And when we remember this kind of suffering that goes on with this kind of sickness, maybe we can try to develop some compassion for all those beings who have been affected by this virus. And then, if we want, we can extend our compassion, how strong it might have been arisen, towards all other beings who are sick, or even having died from sicknesses. As we want to be happy and we don't want to suffer. They are equal in that they don't want to suffer and only want to be happy. Still, we encounter all kinds of sufferings, especially sicknesses. And we can also extend our compassion towards all those beings. And then, as there are even much more sufferings in the world than just sicknesses, suffering of pain, of course, suffering of change, but especially the all-pervasive suffering, that due to our negative actions, we are continuously reborn within samsara, without any control. The actions that we are doing necessarily have an effect. If they are virtuous, then they lead definitely to positive results. In the best case, to a higher rebirth. If they are negative actions, then they definitely result in negative results. Negative similar experiences, environments, or even a lower rebirth in the lower realms. And by that we will encounter newly all kinds of suffering. And especially within the lower realms, we would be completely unable to really practice Dharma. So maybe we can take the most advantage of our precious human rebirth right now by developing some compassion for the beings that are stuck in samsara due to our negative actions. And these are coming about especially due to our afflictions. Things that we like, we get attached to. Things that we don't like, we develop hatred towards. We get jealous, angry, we have doubt, ignorance. And especially that ignorance that grasps for things and ourselves to exist inherently from their own side is the cause for all the other afflictions, the cause for our negative actions, and the cause for our rebirth in negative states. So when we are able to overcome this ignorance, the cause of all suffering, we can reach a state that is completely free of suffering. Maybe we can spend a few moments to think about how this was, what kind of state this might be, how it might feel, and try to generate a wish to develop such a state for ourselves. And for that, to try to make an effort to progress on the path in order to reach that goal. And as we remember the suffering of all sentient beings, of course, it would not be enough to just do progress on the path only for our own benefit. How could we, with a clear conscience, leave all other sentient beings behind when there is so much suffering within samsara as we are doing? Not only that, those beings have also been very kind to us in the past by being either our friends or relatives in this and past lives. Especially as all sentient beings have been our parents. They really were very kind to us by serving us food, gave us education. And had nothing else for us but their love. But also in this life, we receive so much kindness. Without other sentient beings, we would have not any food, we would not have no education, we would have no housing, no clothes. We wouldn't survive on our own. And especially with the coronavirus. There have been so many people showing their kindness in the world. Might it be nurses or doctors in the hospitals who tirelessly work to help sick people. Or might it be the other kinds of kindness that we see around the world happening in these difficult times. And of course, they will be kind to us. All of us sentient beings will be kind to us in the future, as they have a basis for us to develop compassion. Right now, maybe our self-centered mind is very strong, and the only way to really overcome that is a genuine compassion that exchanges with self-importance, with importance for others, and instead of working solely for our own benefit, instead works for the benefit of all of us sentient beings. Maybe we can try to develop this kind of attitude as good as we can for a few minutes by thinking again of the suffering of all sentient beings and wishing them to be happy and have all causes of happiness, including full enlightenment. Maybe we can develop some wish as good as we can to bring this about ourselves. But how can we do that ourselves right now? Right now our capacities usually are very limited. If we try to help, often it's supposed as harm from the other side. Or if we even help, sometimes it doesn't even turn out very well. In order to be of utmost benefit to all sentient beings, the best thing would be to reach full enlightenment. In that way, we would be able to really benefit all sentient beings in the best way. And also to repay the kindness of all sentient beings. Then we can think of the wonderful qualities of a Buddha. Try to generate a wish to develop these qualities ourselves. The qualities of the Buddha's mind, that with impartial compassion, it looks at sentient beings with love and compassion and works for their benefit spontaneously and effortlessly. the Buddha's wisdom that knows all phenomena in their conventional and ultimate nature directly. And in that way knows how to help sentient beings, each and every sentient being in the best way. The Buddha's wonderful body, with which he benefits sentient beings. And of course the Buddha's speech, with which he teaches the Dharma. And we can also, as good as we can, develop a wish to achieve this kind of state for ourselves. And if we want, we can then imagine that these qualities appear in the space in front of us, in the form of a merit field, maybe as Buddha Shakyamuni. Sits on a golden throne. He has a wonderful golden body. One half in earth-pressing Buddha, one hand in contemplation. And he smiles at us with, and his gaze, his compassionate gaze, looks at us with complete acceptance. And surrounding us are all other sentient beings in human form, as far as we can imagine. And then we can start the prayer by taking refuge. Try to bring it up from my... Okay. All sentient beings, my mothers, who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then we can do 1 mile of the amount of compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. If you want, we can visualize in front of us, in the space in front of us, Chenrezig, with 4 arms, 1,000 arms, or however we want to imagine it. And at his heart stands the mantra. And from that, light waves emanate into us and all of us sentient beings, completely purifying all negativities, including all stains of sickness such as coronaviruses, all afflictions, all results of negative actions, and endowing us with all purities, with all causes for happiness, maybe even up to full enlightenment. And with that visualization, we can do 1 mile of that mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Then I think I'll do the actual prayer 3 times and then see if we have time for another round. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbance of 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that results from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body of mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And I think we have enough time for one more round. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And as we imagine again how now all sentient beings took refuge together with us, we again think of Avalokiteshvara in front of us, purify again all our obscurations, and endowing us with all qualities. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Then maybe we can do also one mala of Tara mantra, as His Holiness is suggested to pacify the coronavirus and especially also the fears arising from it. And then we can think in the space in front of us. Ayatara, maybe in green form or in whatever form you want to imagine it. And also from her mantra at her heart, emanate light rays towards us and all Vasanic beings, completely purifying us and endowing us with all good qualities. Om Tatu Tatu Zon. from Tag to Tag also. And for the dedication, we can again remember the kindness and the suffering of all sentient beings, and dedicate our practice here for the benefit of all sentient beings, especially to eliminate their suffering and leading them to full enlightenment, and in that way repaying their kindness in the best way. In order to do so, I think I'll do the prayers, the dedication prayers of Shantideva very shortly. Unfortunately, I cannot put it on the screen. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtues of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May Buddhas whose bodies is worn with toil be restored and finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from the ailments. Whatever diseases were unwrought, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and make people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, and for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may it remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And of course, we can dedicate this practice also for the long life of all our teachers, especially His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Jigten kam de pen de malu pa kang le jung ve sam pe yi jin kan rin su me ten zin gyatso la su wa de su tu je luen de je tu chang jing jam gun gyave ten zin kyong pao we kun zue dua po ze chuak sum go we lek man tu du pa dak suak du je kun tu jab ten shu. Okay. Thank you very much. I think I'm finished early today. Seems the next person is not yet there. Here we go.
Hello. Hello.
Okay. My sound was off. Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Okay.
Okay, good. Thank you for taking over, and have a wonderful session.
Okay. And now we are continuing in French. It's the French time. Ok. Je pense que donc je peux y aller. Et donc bonjour à tous les amis du groupe français pour cette pratique de Thangtong Gyalpo que nous faisons maintenant tous les samedis. Donc je vais peut-être afficher voilà, le texte de la motivation, comme on a l'habitude. Donc on va faire cette petite motivation ensemble. Et donc nous faisons cette pratique qui a été demandée par Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Nous la faisons avec l'espoir et le souhait de guérir le monde de cette pandémie qui sévit actuellement. Et nous tous, à divers niveaux, nous sommes touchés par cette pandémie, soit parce que nous avons eu cette maladie ou que nos proches en ont subi les effets, ou parce que même nous avons pu perdre quelqu'un. Et donc, en plus de la souffrance de ceux qui sont partis du fait de cette pandémie, il y a aussi la souffrance des proches, qui était tout au moins à l'origine accentuée par des conditions difficiles de ces morts, qu'on ne pouvait même pas assister jusqu'à la fin. On ne pouvait pas dire au revoir, on ne pouvait pas faire de rituel de prière. Et donc cela a créé des souffrances, et même si ce sont des souffrances passées, les souffrances de ces deuils difficiles, elles durent toujours. Et cela a ajouté donc de la souffrance à la souffrance. Bien sûr, tout ceci, c'est le résultat d'un karma collectif. Un karma collectif, c'est-à-dire que c'est la manifestation simultanée pour tout le monde d'un certain nombre de causes que chacun a pu créer individuellement en son temps. Donc, c'est un karma collectif, mais ça nous concerne bien sûr, puisque nous faisons, si nous en subissons les effets, cela signifie qu'à un moment donné de notre vie passée, nous avons créé les causes pour cela. De la même façon que par nos actes du passé, nous avons pu créer les causes d'être touchés par cette pandémie. Par nos actes positifs du présent, nous pouvons créer les causes pour que cette pandémie cesse, aussi bien pour nous que pour les autres. Cette pandémie, c'est un peu comme une énergie négative qui se manifeste, et nous allons par opposition, par antidote, essayer de développer une énergie positive pour contenir cela et pour annihiler toute cette pandémie. Et donc, nul doute que petit à petit, avec le temps et la patience, on va y arriver. Et donc, c'est avec une motivation pure, et grâce à cette prière de Thangtong Gyalpo que nous allons faire, et grâce aussi à la compassion de Chenrezig que nous allons invoquer, donc que nous allons pouvoir faire cette pratique pour dissiper l'ignorance des êtres, afin de guérir le monde. Donc, on s'y met à plusieurs, d'une part par notre motivation et notre bonne volonté, deuxièmement par l'instrument de la prière, et troisièmement par l'aide de Chenrezig. Et afin d'être sûr de pouvoir faire cette pratique d'une façon absolument certaine et sincère, on commence par développer en nous la pensée profonde, la pensée altruiste, par la méditation sur les 4 pensées incommensurables. Donc, comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils demeurent dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux, si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur, puissent-ils les obtenir? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance. Puisse-t-il en être libérés? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur, des renaissances supérieures et de la libération. Puisse-t-il ne jamais en être séparés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés. Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et maintenant, puisque nous allons réciter la prière de Chenrezig dans un instant, on va commencer par visualiser Chenrezig au-dessus de notre tête. Donc, au-dessus de notre tête et de celle de tous les êtres qui existent dans l'espace. Nous commençons par imaginer un lotus blanc et dessus le lotus blanc, un disque de lune. Sur ce disque de lune, la syllabe germe ri, qui est blanche, et de cette syllabe germe apparaît, se transforme immédiatement le noble Chenrezig. Chenrezig est blanc, il est lumineux et il diffuse des rayons de lumière de 5 couleurs, qui sont les couleurs des 5 sagesses. Son sourire est magnifique, son regard est plein de compassion, et donc il regarde le monde et nous-mêmes avec beaucoup de compassion. Probablement il pense quel gâchis que tous ces êtres causent leur propre souffrance par l'ignorance. Et de ses 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes, les autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est pareil de soieries et d'ornements de joyaux. Une peau de biche couvre son épaule. Et le Bouddha de lumière infinie, le Bouddha Amitabha, couronne sa tête. Donc il est assis dans la posture adamantine, donc dans la position du lotus. Il est adossé à une lune immaculée et en essence, il est l'ensemble de tous les refuges. Et donc en ayant présente l'image de Chenrezig au-dessus de notre tête, on va faire la prière de Thangtong Gyalpo que normalement vous voyez. Si vous ne la voyez pas, faites-moi signe, mais normalement je pense que vous la voyez. On va agrandir un peu. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'ensemble des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et maintenant, nous allons donc dire le mantra de Chenrezig en gardant au-dessus de notre tête cette visualisation de Chenrezig lui-même, qui exauce nos souhaits. Donc on va dire à peu près un mala de mani. Om mani padme hum. Om Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Et donc maintenant, nous récitons la prière proprement dite, comme d'habitude, avec une strophe et puis quelques mantras, et ainsi de suite, en ayant bien dans l'esprit que nous nous adressons à Chenrezig quand nous disons la prière. Nous lui demandons quelque chose. Hein. Ne c'est pas juste une récitation dans l'abstrait. Vraiment, nous nous demandons de nous venir en aide et de faire en sorte, puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres, en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, séparent le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes de 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les souffrances, dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Donc nous avons le temps de recommencer. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui telle un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais. Et puisse le corps et l'esprit jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Omani peme, 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 omani peme. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être immédiatement exaucées. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Maintenant, là, nous allons pouvoir faire les dédicaces. Le temps que ça arrive. Et voilà. Donc, les dédicaces. Puisse le joyau suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce aux mérites accumulés par ses actions vertueuses, puisse-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et mener tous les êtres, sans exception, à cet état d'éveil. Grâce aux mérites des trois temps, accumulés par moi-même, les Bouddhas, les Bodhisattvas, et tous les êtres, puissent les guerres, la famine, la torture, la pauvreté et les problèmes économiques, et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu et au vent, être immédiatement pacifiés, et puissent la paix et le bonheur parfait remplir le cœur et la vie de chacun, puissent les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer les enseignements du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce au mérite du passé, du présent et de l'avenir, créé par moi-même et au mérite des trois temps accumulés par les innombrables Bouddhas et les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, siège moi qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre, atteindre l'état de plein éveil qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre et mener tous les êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre, uniquement par moi-même qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre. On fait la prière de longue vie pour sa sainteté le Dalai Lama. Ngori lawe gawe jinkam di pendang dewa mare jungwe Chenrezig Intenzi Gyatoi Shapezite Bardo Tengyuchi. Et la prière de longue vie pour Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Vous qui maintenant l'attitude du conquérant et soutenant, préservant et propageant l'enseignement de Lama Tsongkhapa, œuvrez comme le serviteur imperturbable de toutes choses, vous qui êtes accomplis par la force de vos excellentes aspirations qui rendent hommage aux trois rares et sublimes, veuillez demeurer longtemps comme mon sauveur et celui de vos autres disciples. Et donc, en faisant cela, on a terminé cette belle pratique. È arrivata Agata, quindi je vais lui laisser ciao.
Ciao,
E quindi
grazie.
ti lascio il posto. Au revoir tout le monde e ti lascio a te, grazie di questi incontri. Ciao ciao.
Ciao, grazie, alla
Ciao.
prossima settimana.
Alla prossima, ciao. Au
Ciao.
revoir.
Buonasera, sono Agata del centro Chanchu Choling di Polava, un centro nord Italia fondato da Geshe Shetopten tanti anni fa. Allora, adesso cerchiamo di rilassare il nostro corpo, parole, mente, purificare le nadi. E quindi facciamo la pratica di purificazione del respiro.
pratichiamo la respirazione in 9 cicli. E dedichiamo questa speciale preghiera anche a Cesare, un monaco di Pomaia che ha avuto un ictus, per cui cerchiamo di dedicare la forza e l'energia affinché si riprenda nel minore tempo possibile. E lui 40 anni fa ha aiutato effettivamente il centro di Pomaia a costruire, cioè l'ha costruito, proprio l'ha aiutato, nel senso che l'avevano donato, però c'erano tanti lavori da fare per renderlo agibile, trasformarlo in un centro di Dharma. E lui con forza, entusiasmo e tanta capacità ha contribuito in modo molto valido a costruire questo centro incredibile che dopo 40 anni aiuta tantissime persone, il centro di Pomaia proprio. È proprio grazie a gente come lui, a persone come lui, che adesso possiamo usufruire di tanti insegnamenti del master, però sì, sembra quasi tutto scontato, però se non c'erano loro nessun maestro sarebbe arrivato e nessuno avrebbe conosciuto effettivamente il Dharma. Hanno avuto coraggio, lui, Massimo Corona, sì, a parte la famiglia Corona che ha donato effettivamente il castello, ma ci sono state tante persone che hanno creduto veramente in questo grande progetto che ancora adesso ha delle potenzialità incredibili per aiutare tantissime persone. Quindi ricordiamo per favore Cesare Tardo, che adesso è un po' in difficoltà, ma che ha grande cuore, una grande mente ed è pieno di saggezza. Allora, purifichiamo il nostro respiro. Pratichiamo la respirazione in 9 cicli. Facciamo attenzione alla postura. Non occorre che vi sediate nella postura in 7 cicli con le gambe incrociate, non è proprio necessario, però vi chiedo di tenere la schiena molto dritta, questo sì, affinché le arie il prana possa scorrere senza ostacoli nel canale centrale. Quindi chiudiamo la narice con la mano destra, con una leggera pressione. Inspiriamo con la narice sinistra e dalla fine quando sentiamo che l'aria è arrivata all'ombelico, cerchiamo di deglutare trattenendo il respiro per qualche secondo. Poi cerchiamo di trattenere i venti lì per qualche secondo all'altezza del nostro ombelico. Controlliamo il nostro corpo, infatti, in modo che i venti rimangano lì. Poi espiriamo con intensità, sempre dalla narice sinistra, in modo che esca tutta l'aria. E durante l'ispirazione immaginiamo che l'energia dei 4 elementi, terra, acqua, fuoco e aria, entra dentro di noi e visualizziamo e pensiamo, cerchiamo di essere certi che anche tutte le realizzazioni dei grandi santi, dei grandi maestri e la chiara luce entra effettivamente dentro di noi e fa parte della nostra essenza e si dissolve in noi attraverso il respiro bianco, visualizzatelo come una luce chiara, una luce bianca. Quando espiriamo invece visualizziamo il colore del fumo nero e pensiamo che tutte le oscurazioni, tutte le afflizioni, le sofferenze, il dolore, la paura e tutto ciò che è indesiderato esce dal nostro corpo e viene mandato lontano, lontano. E cominciamo. Cambiamo ora narice. Adesso inspiriamo con la mano, con tutte e due le narici. Adesso pensiamo alla motivazione, pensiamo che vogliamo raggiungere l'illuminazione per aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. La base principale della nostra pratica è proprio quella di voler diventare illuminati ed è costituita da due fattori, il metodo e la saggezza. Il metodo principale è la bodhicitta convenzionale e la saggezza indispensabile è la visione di vacuità o bodhicitta ultima. Quindi noi dobbiamo cercare di sviluppare entrambe, la bodhicitta convenzionale e la bodhicitta ultima. E la bodhicitta convenzionale è quella di avere un interessamento altruistico. Vogliamo, cioè, diventare illuminati per aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso, anche liberarli dalla sofferenza. E questo grande obiettivo elimina la nostra sofferenza, che è quella dell'aggrapparci all'io, alla nostra preoccupazione egoistica, che ci ostacola, ci rende schiavi di questo pensiero. Perché la preoccupazione egoistica ci fa in modo che pensiamo che il nostro io è veramente caro, prezioso ed è la cosa più importante per noi, lo assecondiamo e questo ci fa percorrere magari dei pensieri negativi e delle situazioni che non ci vanno troppo bene. E la bodhicitta ultima è la saggezza che vuole realizzare la vacuità, la diretta natura della mente, la vacuità dei fenomeni. Quindi abbiamo due impedimenti da presente costantemente nel nostro profondo, che è causa della nostra sofferenza. Da una parte la preoccupazione egoistica e dall'altra l'aggrapparci all'io. Perché siamo convinti, ma perché lo facciamo? Perché effettivamente siamo convinti che esista veramente, che esista dalla sua parte, e questa è causa di tanta sofferenza. Ed ecco perché è così importante avere un interessamento egoista per liberarci proprio da questa sofferenza che ci ostacola. Questa dovrebbe essere la motivazione più importante, un gioiello che va custodito nel profondo del cuore, perché è proprio la cosa più preziosa da sviluppare, ma non, noi ci interessiamo agli altri, ma non per un fatto di buonismo. Li vogliamo aiutare perché sono gentili, sono molto preziosi, ma anche perché la nostra vita dipende dagli altri, siamo tutti collegati, interdipendenti. Se riusciamo a togliere la sofferenza e a rendere felici il prossimo, automaticamente stiamo bene. Come dice sempre il Dalai Lama, il miglior modo di essere egoisti è proprio quello di aiutare gli altri, perché tutto è uno, noi siamo veramente in un unico universo collegato, interdipendente da cause e condizioni che ci rendono fratelli, sorelle, amici preziosi di tutti gli esseri senzienti, quindi cerchiamo di fare qualcosa per tutti, giusto? E tutta la nostra vita anche dipende dagli altri. E quindi cerchiamo di prenderci cura di loro con amore e compassione. Questa motivazione, se sviluppata e pensata tutti i giorni, fa in modo che il nostro comportamento, la nostra vita si concentri su questo obiettivo e quindi sarà difficile, se non improbabile, che noi ci comportiamo in un modo sbagliato, a parte piccole cose. Voglio dire, miglioriamo anche il nostro modo di vivere, tutta la nostra presenza mentale sarà rivolta al fatto che in futuro noi saremo illuminati. E questo significa anche per la legge dell'attrazione che noi ci abituiamo ad avere un corpo illuminato, un corpo-mente illuminato, e questo avvicina alla nostra entità futura con più velocità. Dobbiamo crederci, perché tanti maestri l'hanno sperimentato questo metodo ed è meraviglioso, ed è veramente efficace. Quindi abbiamo dei comportamenti validi che ci sono stati insegnati. La saggezza che viene dal Dharma puro ci stimola a seguire le loro orme, non non senza prima aver cercato le contraddizioni, però una volta che non abbiamo dubbi, ci affidiamo anche a questo meraviglioso sentiero chiamato Dharma. È una cosa che sviluppa molto il nostro comportamento di corpo, parola e mente, è proprio la motivazione, il motivo, perché siamo qua, perché stiamo facendo questa pratica, perché il risultato sarà stupendo, meraviglioso, e la cosa più bella del mondo è che non lo sarà solo per noi, ma lo sarà per tutti, e in questo momento così difficile da superare, perché insomma non è proprio il massimo, dobbiamo tenere presente questa grande certezza che, seguendo le orme dei grandi maestri, del Buddha e gli insegnamenti di Dharma, riusciremo a raggiungere, a creare un grande mondo nuovo, un mondo nuovo con la partecipazione di tutti, da tutte le persone che credono così. Pensate a Cesare, per esempio, no? Ci credeva proprio tantissimo quando ha cominciato, insieme a tanti altri, a voler rendere il castello il castello di Pomaia, a volerlo rendere uno spazio sacro, un posto sacro, utile a tantissime persone. Cioè, credeva proprio dal profondo del suo cuore. In fondo era quasi impossibile in quegli anni, no? Credere che avrebbe avuto così tanto seguito, così tanta fortuna. È veramente prezioso. Il centro di Pomaia ha aiutato me per prima, effettivamente, ma anche tantissime. Sì, non voglio parlare di me, però grazie a Pomaia, insomma, abbiamo cominciato tutti, no? E quindi lui ci credeva, ha immediatamente sviluppato questo sentimento di bodhicitta insegnato dalla Mayeshe, e guardate che risultato, cioè dobbiamo essere sicuri che questo avverrà. Noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti nel nostro futuro diventeremo illuminati, diventeremo dei Buddha, avremo un corpo di luce, ecco, in grado di poter fare qualcosa di concreto e di molto positivo per tutti. Ecco, questo non dobbiamo mai dimenticarlo. E quindi la migliore delle pratiche per sviluppare questa grande motivazione è la pratica del Tonglen. Prendiamo su di noi le sofferenze degli altri, degli esseri umani, e doniamo loro la felicità. E quindi la visualizzazione è questa. Allora, se potete, cercate sempre di continuare a tenere la schiena dritta, altrimenti va bene, non importa, capisco. Quindi visualizziamo che intorno a noi ci sono tutti gli esseri umani, gli animali, gli spiriti affamati, assetati, gli esseri infernali, dei e semidei. Alla nostra destra c'è il nostro padre, alla sinistra c'è nostra madre, e pensiamo che ognuno soffre a modo suo. Gli esseri infernali soffrono a causa sia del caldo atroce, non riescono a sopportarlo, sia del freddo incredibile che gli provoca anche delle piaghe nella pelle, talmente tanto freddo. Poi ci sono gli esseri affamati che non trovano cibo e anche se lo dovessero trovare dopo tanto tempo non riescono a inghiottirlo. Poi gli animali che si mangiano a vicenda e non solo, provate a pensare in questo momento alla lava che è uscita alle Canarie dal vulcano, alta 50 metri, e si è riversata nelle città e hanno dovuto sfollare tutte le persone, ma non solo non si è fermata lì, ma è scesa nel profondo dell'oceano e quindi miliardi di pesci sono morti in questo momento. Ma la sofferenza degli animali non è solo quella di essere mangiati l'un l'altro, ma anche di essere sfruttati ben bene dagli uomini. E poi ci sono gli esseri umani che soffrono della nascita, malattia, separazione, vecchiaia e morte. Gli esseri dei che soffrono a causa del preavviso della loro morte e i semidei sempre in conflitto fra loro e anche dei semidei sono consci che il loro karma potrebbe finire, quindi scendono in dei reami come animali o umani, sì. Pensiamo appunto a tutti gli esseri dei sei reami che sono veramente gentili, preziosi e molto cari e sono rimasti impotenti, soli, incapaci perché non hanno avuto una guida, una protezione e nessuno si è preso cura di loro. Pensiamo quindi che se non facciamo qualcosa noi per loro, nessuno lo farà. Pensiamo, io vorrei prendere su di me le sofferenze di tutti gli esseri senzienti, possano tutte le negatività maturare su di me, così io avrò realizzato la mia vera aspirazione, fino a quando loro saranno completamente liberi. Rafforziamo anche la compassione dicendo vorrei proprio che loro potessero essere liberi dalle loro sofferenze e anche dalle cause delle loro sofferenze, possano le loro negatività e le cause della negatività, ma felice di essere riuscito a realizzare questa aspirazione. Ispiriamo sotto forma di luce nera le negatività e le loro cause. E ispiriamo come vediamo la luce della sofferenza come un fumo nero. Presenta tutte le negatività e le cause che arrivano da tutte le parti. E vanno a colpire una sfera nera che è la nostra preoccupazione egoistica, situata all'altezza del nostro cuore. la luce come fumo nero di tutte le, se avete un problema, una malattia, una sofferenza, per esempio hanno mal di testa, se avete mal di testa, tutti gli esseri hanno mal di testa che si trasforma, si assorbe nel fumo nero ed entra dentro di voi, o dolore alla schiena o il Covid, qualsiasi cosa di fisico, potete anche visualizzare che le persone ce l'hanno e quindi la dinamica mentale allevia il dolore. Perché? Perché a questo punto, all'altezza del nostro cuore, noi abbiamo questa palla nera che rappresenta la nostra preoccupazione egoistica, che il fumo nero quando la sfiora lei esplode in 1000 pezzi e i frammenti della palla spariscono. Pensiamo così. A questo punto pensiamo alla non vera esistenza dell'io, delle negatività e degli altri e nostre. Non sono esistenti, autonomi, indipendenti. Se andiamo a cercarli, non li troviamo. Quindi meditiamo sulla natura della vacuità dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause della negatività. Che in questo momento non riusciamo a trovare da nessuna parte, perché la palla nera ha fatto sparire qualsiasi tipo di negatività e anche l'aggrapparci all'io, gli ostacoli, dove cerchiamo, dove lo troviamo il nostro io in questo momento, da nessuna parte. Quindi adesso abbiamo un senso di liberazione per aver eliminato da una parte le sofferenze degli altri e le cause della sofferenza degli altri, le loro negatività, e abbiamo preso su di noi appunto il fumo nero che è arrivato al cuore colpendo la palla dell'io, che è sparito definitivamente, e quindi noi ci sentiamo liberi e ci troviamo in uno stato di grande gioia perché abbiamo fatto qualcosa di grande significato. La gioia è questa meravigliosa energia si trasforma in una luce bianchissima che ci riempie completamente. Sentiamoci pervasi da questa grande luce bianchissima, siamo completamente liberi. Vuoti di esistenza intrinseca, ma ricchi di energia positiva. Questa luce attraverso i pori della nostra pelle la facciamo uscire e va a inondare, a purificare ed aiutare tutti gli esseri dei 6 reami, nessuno escluso. La luce rientra dentro il nostro cuore e la facciamo uscire ancora una volta pensando di offrire, di fare offerte a tutto il campo dei meriti, tutti i Buddha, Bodhisattva, Daka, Dakini, protettori Dharmapala, che sono veramente compiaciuti perché abbiamo scelto di dedicare la nostra vita agli altri ed effettivamente stiamo facendo la pratica per raggiungere questo scopo. E quindi gli offriamo acqua da bere, acqua per lavare i piedi, profumi, cibo, nonché luci, profumi, cibo e musica celestiali. E loro, sorridendo, ci rimandano indietro la luce che rientra nel nostro cuore. A questo punto abbiamo fatto un ottimo lavoro su di noi, abbiamo anche la possibilità di continuare la preghiera avendo purificato corpo, parola e mente, e quindi cominciamo la preghiera di Siddha Thangtong Gyalpo, benedetta come la preghiera che libera il Sakya dalle malattie. E quindi rimaniamo concentrati sui 6 reami, tutte le persone che ci circondano dei 6 reami e di tutto il campo dei meriti davanti a noi, e davanti a tutti i Buddha e Bodhisattva prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel prezioso Guru Buddha, ma non solo. Prendiamo rifugio nelle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nel Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Non abbiate dubbi che la nostra vera natura è completamente libera da qualsiasi tipo di ostacoli, è luminosa e rappresenta il Dharmakaya, è il Dharmakaya, quindi prendiamo rifugio anche in noi stessi. Questa è una pratica una dinamica mentale, una pratica che ci aiuta ad avere molta stima e a credere che effettivamente noi possiamo essere dei grandi portatori di pace e di luce. Non abbiate dubbi su questo. E quindi è giusto, in questa preghiera viene sottolineata anche la presa di rifugio in noi stessi, nella nostra natura della mente, che accomunata a tutti gli altri esseri crea un campo quantico molto molto potente di luce, amore e compassione. Ecco, cercate di pensare così. Visualizziamo che Chenrezig è sopra il nostro capo e ci guida e ci ispira e ci manda luce che attraverso il chakra del capo entra dentro il nostro cuore, dove è seduto il nostro guru radice, per facilitare la visualizzazione. Siccome ognuno di noi ha il proprio maestro, pensiamo che sia il Dalai Lama che incarna tutti i Buddha, incarna Chenrezig soprattutto, ma anche tutti i guru. Pensiamo che tutti i guru sono rappresentanti da lui. È seduto nel nostro cuore col viso rivolto verso l'esterno. E leggiamo la presa di rifugio. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Recitiamo una mala di mantra di Om Mani Padme Hum pensando di continuare a emanare luce di amore, compassione e purificazione a tutti gli esseri senzienti. Pensiamo che esce da Chenrezig, che si è assorbito dentro di noi perché abbiamo creato un corpo vuoto, completamente libero da ogni ostacolo, l'abbiamo purificato, per cui entra dentro di noi e dal cuore di Chenrezig attraverso i pori della nostra pelle si emana raggi di luce a 360 gradi per continuare ad aiutare tutti gli esseri viventi. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Adesso leggiamo la preghiera effettiva con molto coraggio, con forza, determinazione, sicuri che questa pratica è efficiente e che noi stiamo facendo una pratica molto molto importante, dipendente da tanti monaci, tante monache che sono che stanno facendo questo grande sforzo entusiastico di aiuto per tutti gli esseri. Quindi leggiamo: possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie acute potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 ravi supremi, con il potere dei redacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, delle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhutas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute e croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che caratterizzano la mente degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo, possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie completamente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata. E che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle strofe di dedica. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescere sempre di più. Sansara e nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezioni. Pensiamo in particolar modo a tutti i malati di Covid-19 che sono veramente ancora molti, soprattutto in Asia, in Africa, nelle Filippine. E pensiamo che possano guarire, trovare assistenza e facciamo una dedica particolare per tutti gli infermieri, dottori e tutto il personale sanitario che si occupa di tutti i malati in generale e anche non solo negli ospedali ma anche nelle case di riposo e nei centri di salute mentale. E facciamo una pratica, qualche mantra di dedica per loro. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. E adesso in questo momento, se avete logicamente delle persone che si sono affidate a voi per le preghiere, che ricordatele in questo momento, che recitate il loro nome. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Pensiamo a tutti quelli che in questo momento devono occuparsi, tutti gli insegnanti, scusate, i maestri delle elementari e delle scuole medie e superiori di tutto il mondo. Cerchiamo di dedicare l'energia anche a loro perché hanno veramente un compito molto difficile in questo periodo, di tranquillizzare gli studenti, di dare loro forza, coraggio e rimanere concentrati sull'essere positivi in questo momento e non trasmettere paura o incertezza soprattutto. Quindi un grazie speciale a tutti i maestri del mondo. È importante perché i bambini e gli studenti sono importantissimi, sono il nostro futuro, no? Dobbiamo cercare di dare forza e coraggio agli insegnanti. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Pensiamo a tutti i capi di Stato, a tutti i politici, perché possa avere una mente altruistica e giusta, prendere decisioni giuste in favore del benessere di tutti gli uomini della terra. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Diciamo grazie dal profondo dei nostri cuori a tutti i nostri maestri che ci stanno aiutando e a tutte le persone che praticano il Dharma perché possano non avere mai incertezze e dubbi e possano continuare con sforzo entusiastico e grande coraggio la pratica del Dharma. Questo è importantissimo. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Possa io in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato dal Guru perfetto, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai neppure per un secondo dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losanrapa che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo. Era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi, ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi della suprema beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io essere sempre usato dagli esseri senzienti, esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa considerarli ancora di più che me stessa, possa il karma negativo maturare su di me, possa tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Per i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte. E guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri, come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei 3 tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma e del Dharma Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei 2 tipi di meriti dei 3 tempi di me stessa e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losanrapa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri esaudirsi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Magnonat, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i 3 supremi, Salvatore mio e gli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore vivi a lungo. Grazie a tutti, buona settimana. Vi lascio con Sara che ha attivato. Hi.
Hi, I'm here.
See, yes, I see the very precious root.
Yes, there's a prayer wheel.
Thank you. Yes.
That was
Have a
very
nice
beautiful.
session. Yes.
I don't understand what you're saying, but it's really beautiful listening to you.
Oh, thank you.
Non comprende, ma very beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice session. Hi.
Thank you, Grazie. Thank you.
Ciao.
Ciao. Okay, so Lars, Venerable Damchu is coming later. It's I'm doing this session now. Okay. Hello, everybody. And this is Sarah from Boda. And I'm going to start by doing the prayer, calling the Guru from afar. It's a short one, so please visualize your root Guru, the crown of the head, with the awareness that they're insufferable from all the Gurus, all the Buddhas. So the Dharmakaya holy mind of all the Buddhas manifests in ordinary form so that you can communicate with it and receive guidance, blessings, instructions, advice. And so that is none other than your own Guru. So whether it's His Holiness, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, or whoever it might be. And then you can visualize, if you visualize the root Guru, you can also imagine beams of light coming out, and at the tip of each beam are all your other Gurus. So think that they are just like the rays, emanating rays from your root Guru, and then they all absorb back. So you have no doubt that all the Gurus are oneness coming from the Dhammakaya. And the Guru is very smiling, pleased. And then we, before we start the practice, we just call on the Guru blessings, inspiration. Remember that there is no Chenrezig other than the Guru, other than the Dharmakaya holy mind of all the Buddhas. There's no Chenrezig separate from that. Lama, think of me. Lama, think of me. Lama, think of me. Magnificently glorious Guru, dispelling the darkness of ignorance. Magnificently glorious Guru, revealing the path to liberation. Magnificently glorious Guru, liberating from the waters of samsara. Magnificently glorious Guru, eliminating the disease and the 5 poisons. Magnificently glorious Guru, who is the wish-granting jewel, I beseech you, please grant me blessings. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to remember impermanence and death from my heart. Magnificently glorious Guru, please just bless me to generate the thought of no need in my mind. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to abide one-pointedly in practice at isolated places. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me not to have any hindrance to my practice. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to realize without error the view of the fundamental nature of reality. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me so that all bad conditions appear as a support. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to accomplish effortlessly the 2 works of self and others. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me now. Please bless me quickly, very quickly. Please bless me as I sit here on this very cushion. Please bless me as I sit here in this very session. may not give rise to heresy even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious Root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat of my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, holy speech, and holy mind. So having made request of the Guru, think that extremely pleased and comes down to your heart, and that the Guru merges with your own mind, and your mind and the Guru's holy mind become oneness. So we ourselves, we do have compassion, and we do have infinite potential to generate compassion. But right now, our compassion is very limited. So when we merge our minds with the Guru, you should think that those limitations fall away. And if you imagine, for example, your root Guru is His Holiness Dalai Lama, your mind becomes oneness. Or Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, your mind becomes oneness. And you just imagine the immensity of that compassion has no bounds, no limits. That works for every single sentient being, every realm, constantly, spontaneously, effortlessly, without any discrimination, liking this one, disliking that one, seeing every single sentient being as a wish-granting gem, and wanting only to bring every single sentient being from all their suffering to a state of perfect happiness. So now around us are all sentient beings. We can visualize them in human form. The sentient beings, 6 realms, all experiencing the various different types of suffering in a human form. Or you don't have to visualize them, you can just know that they're there. So since beginningless time, we ourselves have been suffering constantly. Think about the 3 types of suffering. Obvious sufferings, and then the suffering of change. Even those things we regard as being pleasure don't last, they don't totally fulfill, but they change and become suffering. And then the all-pervasive compounding suffering, that as long as we have delusions in our minds, these are motivating negative actions, and we have the imprints of these, then we will always cycle from realm to realm, taking birth, experiencing the rare sufferings in that realm, then dying, again taking birth, sometimes higher rebirth, sometimes lower rebirth, but never free. So like this since beginningless time, and there's also no end to it until we put an end to it. It's like that for us, it's like that for those close to us, it's like that for every single sentient being. Have been suffering since beginningless time, and they will continue to suffer until they put an end to suffering. So who is it that can help us to end suffering? Is the Buddha, who was once like us, but achieved the state of full enlightenment. And then the teachings that he gave, and then those who are practicing gain realizations of those teachings. So now we lead all sentient beings taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Or go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis, and we go of refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers with infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So the outer refuge, the outer Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. The inner refuge, our own Buddha nature. Our realization of the Dharma, our understanding, realization of Dharma, and ourselves becoming Sangha. And then the secret refuge, the inner refuge, deep inner refuge, the Dharmakaya nature. So there's no difference between our mind and Buddha's holy mind. That's what's to be revealed. Therefore, all sentient beings, my mothers with infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to Buddha and Dhamma and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we're going to recite the mantra, so you can think that in prayer while in front is actually a manifestation of Guru Chenrezig's holy speech, taking the form of the prayer wheel. Inside there's 1-2 trillion Om Mani Padme Hum. So you think each Om Mani Padme Hum, each syllable is making its own sound. So these 6 syllables are the manifestation of Guru Chenrezig's holy speech. So therefore they're also abiding there as Guru Chenrezig's holy body and mind, inseparable. Now you can think that this prayer wheel, not only this prayer wheel, but all the prayer wheels in the world are turning. And as they turn, healing nectar, lights come, and they enter your body, and they clear away all sickness and all cause of sickness from yourself and from all sentient beings. So very simple visualization. So particularly, of course, the sufferings from COVID, but in general, all sufferings, along with the cause of sufferings. And then they bring all the blessings of Guru Chenrezig's holy body, spiritual mind. And while visualizing this, we recite the mantra. So think that all sentient beings are reciting the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme, 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 Mani Mani Mani. Om Mani Mani Om Mani Mani Om Mani Mani Om Mani Mani. 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 Om Mani Mani Om Mani. Om Mani Mani Om Mani Mani. Om Mani Mani Om. So then think the light rays are coming from the prayer wheel, and we completely purified all the sickness, the cause of sickness, all sentient beings, that of course includes oneself. And then think also that they bring all the blessings, Chenrezig's holy body, spiritual mind, all sentient beings transform into Chenrezig and recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. And then we recite the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Then from Shantideva's dedication prayer, may all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy. By virtue of my merits, may no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid of the little, but the mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms, and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored in finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power. May people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. So then, due to all the merits accumulated today by doing this practice, himself and all others doing this practice, along with all the merits accumulated by all the Buddhas and the sentient beings, may the precious supreme holy mind of Bodhisattva that has not yet arisen quickly arise in my mind and the minds of all sentient beings, especially the world leaders, spiritual leaders, and may that which has arisen never decline but increase more and more. And due to all these limitless virtues, which are completely empty, existing from their own side, the I, which is completely empty, existing from its own side, could achieve a state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty, existing from its own side. Lead all mother sentient beings, completely empty, existing from their own side, that state, myself alone. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel is Honest Dharma, source of every single happiness and benefit in this world. The incomparably kind Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Through illuminating all your appearance dispels the darkness. Your clear mind knows the 84,000 heaps of Dharma, the power, the remedy to the 84,000 delusions. Your proclaiming dependent rising itself is victorious in battle with the Maras. Your worship the supremely kind, great Vajradhara on my crown, clarifying the scriptures and realizations, the teachings of the Muni. You, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, spread and illuminate those teachings wherever they have not yet spread in the world. Having become an actual son of the conquerors, you bear hardships with patience. In your continuum is realization, perfection, wisdom, subtle, dependent arising, precious jewel, Lord possessing love and compassion, who liberates upon seeing, treasury of mastery, the all arising, interpretive and definitive scriptures, supremely great among the great, fully comprehending and clarifying the meaning of emptiness and compassion. You guide all beings in the path to liberation. Perfectly qualified spiritual friend, my Guru, please, please, remain forever. She who protects and the fears the 3 times Ariyatar, please increase the lifespan activities of the beings who preserve the Holy Dhamma, and always, without separation, develop their spontaneous actions by the infallible deities of 3 roots. May all be auspicious. So that concludes the session. Venerable
Me?
Show.
How are you,
How are
Sarah?
you? Well, I'm
You
just, you know,
buzzing?
I'm ready to do more sessions, you know.
Well,
Why are you trying to stop me? We've still got 4 or 5 hours to go. I mean, gosh, come on.
well, that's true. I mean, you know, as I say, you know, if we break you, I don't know whether Rinpoche will be pleased. You're doing so much, you know, where you are, but you're always welcome.
To
But
be exhausted due to worldly activities is a problem. To be exhausted due to Dharma is not a problem. Anyway,
yeah.
your melodious tones and your exquisite way of leading
Oh dear.
are incomparable. Therefore, I will hand over to you. But how are you going? You've done about 9 sessions today. Is that a record?
By the time I finish, yes.
9. What's the record?
11 or 12.
If you
spread it out, it's all right. But yeah, I think it's if you have them very short together. But it was really nice. I had sort of 2 double slots early, then had a few hours rest, which was nice, and then coming back. And then of course you broke the day up by taking one on. And you took this one on now as well, which is really nice. You just finished puja. And
what puja? Medicine Buddha?
Tonight, Medicine Buddha. Tomorrow we do extensive Tara, 3 hours. So I'm glad that wasn't this afternoon.
You are the lucky one. You are the lucky one.
Yeah, no, Rinpoche said we should do 5 of them. I think is it 3 or 4 tomorrow? So yeah, we've got a couple more to go. So,
wow, for what? Doing them for what?
Oh, you have to ask the bosses. I'm just a little monk turning up, you know.
I'm just a little monk turning up.
Yeah, and Dr.
That's your theme tune.
Yes,
that's your theme tune.
I follow orders.
Just a little monk, just following orders. Well, that's right. As a monk, you have orders, don't you? Yes. Is this your redecorated, renovated room?
No, this is still the one I'm in at the moment. So yeah, no, I started a bit more this weekend, but because we had the FSS on last week.
Oh right, the FSS.
So right. that took up quite a lot of time. So yeah, I'm sort of I just have a couple of smoothing out the wall and then paint, and then tankas can go up.
Can we expect a huge Thangtong Gyalpo and Chenrezig with strobe lights and a bit of disco boom, boom, boom?
Yeah, I wonder, I should have a disco ball in there as a light offering.
That will get Zoom challenge, won't it?
Yeah, put little mantras on each light, on each mirror. That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
You know the monk from Singapore, Fred, Venerable Drachom, and if you go to visit his place in Singapore, he's got like wall to floor relics of Buddhas and Gurus.
Oh, crikey.
Then he's got one room is the prayer wheel room, and he literally, the walls are lined with prayer wheels that spin continuously, and inside the prayer wheels are billions of mantras. So he just basically, it's like that whole room is just, you're surrounded by you're submerged or in prayer wheels, because I think 3 walls are prayer wheels, and then there's a place to sit in the middle of the prayer wheels, and these prayer wheels are like wall to ceiling, constantly turning, and they're like huge prayer wheels with thousands of microfiche in them, or billions of microfiche in them, always turning.
Yeah,
it's quite an experience.
That's heaven for you, isn't it?
Because I'm hoping you're gonna. I love them, and I'm hoping that you're going to have something similar. I can visualize you with prayer wheels on that whole back wall and on the 2 side walls, constantly spinning as you lead the sessions.
Oh, crikey. Do you know what? That was really, really nice. It's because my tankas are still in the UK. you know, because I could only take so much over at one time with the flights. But you know, there's a lovely Vajrapani tanka that will go up here when the room is done, which you know, which will be really, really nice, you know, with Vajra armor and everything. So yes,
I want wall to ceiling. I want wall to ceiling.
Yeah, we try. You know,
always
maybe I get an artist
spinning.
in. I just get them to paint the walls.
Always spinning and strobe lights and, you know, a bit of garage band. Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, right. Oompa.
Yeah. Oompa.
Oompa band.
Yeah, a bit of the old beer fest. Yeah, you see, Lars agrees with me.
Yes. Cool.
1, 2 und spinn, Regen, Pöbel.
People must be wondering what's going on here. So, are they drunk? No, only drunk with Dharma.
I'll hand over. So you just have to explain to people that the 2 trillion mantras, you know, are constantly spinning. So we're like, you know, we can chit and chat. And,
yes.
Wow, merit is happening. Merit is happening.
Absolutely. No,
this
maybe
is the place to be. Tune in.
I think the perfect room for you would be just actually live in a prayer wheel.
Yeah, well, that's right. That's right. I can just be in the central shaft watching everything spin past.
Who needs to get drunk?
Yeah. Well, actually, now here you go. In Mongolia, what they do is they make prayer wheels that are like bookshelves. So you basically, they put all the text in the prayer wheel, but it's kind of like an open prayer wheel, so you can spin all the text. Do you get the visualization? You know, it's like your bookshelf is a prayer wheel.
Ah.
Okay. Yeah. I think
yes.
they're cutting off the sound because they want you to do a session. So take care.
You too. Thanks for helping out, Sarah. See you next week. Much love.
Wall to ceiling prayer wheels.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Always spinning.
Yeah, go get some rest, dear. Welcome. Yeah, that was our dear Dharma sister Sarah from Buddha with a lovely prayer wheel that's always spinning in the background. And what do you say, 2 or 3 trillion manas in that one that's spinning. So yeah, I mean that's quite a few. You know, I mean we can't recite that quick, but you know what she does in one round. But there you go. I see Lars is here. Lars, why are you hiding in the shadows? Are you growing a beard? Oh no, that's better. Okay. For a moment I thought you gone, you know, all seaman, you know, like whoa, sailor man. Anyway, all right. We only got a short session in this one, and then Venerable Fabi comes on, and then we have a longer session after. So for anyone who's joined, thank you very much. And thank you very much for your support throughout, you know, with all the previous leads. If you joined Venerable Family staying on, thank you very much. And we'll get there then. Oh, okay. So hello, Regina, Anna. Lovely to see regulars on YouTube. I know that quite a few are on YouTube as well, but not necessarily signing on. So welcome. Thank you very much for your support. And yeah, let's keep it sweet and short. And if we just reset the motivation, take a few deep breaths. And start with the verses from the King of Prayers. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. Anyway, before I click on, hello, Alison. I forgot to acknowledge Alison. Alison on Zoom with Lars, and also hello, Chenrezig Institute. And it's always nice to acknowledge people and make the effort to be here. And when they're over here. Okay, So if you visualize in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, if you had initiations, feel free to self-generate, otherwise visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. If you're following us from a different faith, just visualize the deity most closely associated with love and compassion. And if you're just joining us without any religious undertones, still wish to take part, just visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head, and let that light be filled. Let that light be filled. Yeah, let that light be filled with love and compassion for all mother sentient beings. Visualize the light radiates out from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, each light being finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are. Right next to you, furthest corners of the universe, all across the 6 realms. Each light beam enters their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling with love and compassion and purified light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes, atom to atom, in the space between those atoms. Just feel for yourself how that refreshes you, how it rejuvenates you, re-energizes, taking away all that burden that you carried for such a long time. The burden of guilt, doubt, delusions, and pain. If we look around, we can see that all mother sentient beings are as relieved as we are. All this is being washed away, cleansed away. Recognize it through the actions of body, speech, and mind that we have created so much suffering, not just to ourselves, but to other sentient beings. And acknowledging our faults, we ask all mother sentient beings for forgiveness and make the pledge that from now on we will do our utmost to engage in wholesome action that benefits all mother sentient beings to ensure that they're happy, healthy, and safe. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. The Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies, and more purification is taking place. We begin to glow as more and more light enters our bodies. We begin to glow atom by atom and radiate light back to the Guru and all mother sentient beings. We become one with the Guru, one with mother sentient beings, who themselves exchange themselves with the Guru and other sentient beings. We become one light, one source of love and compassion, one bright beacon of hope for those who are lost in the darkness of samsaric existence. They become a searchlight for those who are struggling to find their way out of the darkness. So as we recite the Mani Mantra, we recognize again that Om represents body, speech, and mind, both the defiled aspect of our existence, but also the holy aspect of the Guru deity. In order to transform to the holy aspect, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine them in Om to give maximum benefit to all mother sentient beings. Mani Padme Hu, 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. 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 Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Recite many mind mantras while exchanging ourselves with the Guru, your mother sentient beings, after acknowledging our faults and having asked for forgiveness. Maybe visualize ourselves now as pure and holding on to the pure state. Now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We have, let's have a quick look. Yeah, we can do 3 recitations, and we do 3 because I've got that time. But also, if you think about how we channel our motivation for each of those recitations, if you think about all the 6 beings across the 6 realms, and the suffering that exists across all the 6 realms, and the suffering of body, the suffering of speech, and the suffering of mind. So reciting body, speech, and mind, but collectively across all the 6 realms. So we, with the purest of motivations, may we recite these prayers to ensure that those who are sick are being restored to good health, that those who have entered the bardo or are in the process of entering the bardo are being reborn under favorable conditions, and that those who suffer hardships or other means are given the resources required to escape those hardships and sufferings, to be back in a place of happiness, so they may be able to take care of themselves and other beings. May all the diseases that say in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as arms of grass, spirits, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the sounds of whose names stand for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, spirits, humans, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mishands of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of their keys, by the power of their keys, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. May all the diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, spirits, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Actually, that rather quick. There you go. Okay, maybe we start our dedications now. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all mother sentient beings. May all sentient beings be happy and free from suffering, and achieve enlightenment this time and this lifetime and all future lifetimes. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive. And by engaging studies and giving teaching, carrying out translations, making the Dharma accessible to all those who seek it. And our brothers and sisters globally, never be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friends, live long and healthy lives and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all those wonderful members of the lay community who support the Sangha in many ways through giving their time, expertise, and financial support freely to Dharma centers, monastic seats, and charitable projects, so that the Dharma may flourish. May they all live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Sangha, virtuous friends, and the Dharma. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our gurus who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we never be separated from their advice and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. We particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who is a great beacon of love and compassion, sets a shining example in these testing times. His Holiness lived for long and healthy lives, never be separated from his teachings and presence in this and all future lifetimes, and may we see him one day be reunited with his people in Tibet. And we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his great vision of having tasked us with his prayerathon, not only brought the global community of Sangha, of the IMI Sangha, much closer together, but also enabled us to deepen our understanding in the practices of Thangtong Gyalpo for the benefit of all other sentient beings, and thus making it possible for us to connect with many beings around the world. And Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life. May we always be guided by his advice and intuition in this and all future lifetimes. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen, arise and grow, may that has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all these merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, May all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world and all dangers of earth, whatever and be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from my own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayer for His Holiness. Gangri Rawe Kawe Kanti Pendang Deva Malu Jungwene Chenrezig Tangtong Gyalpo Yi Shape Sita Badu Tenyu Chi Asopa Tzu Chang Jing Yang Yuan Gyewe Tenzing Kun Pelwe Kun Zo Do Po Tzu Chok Shong Kewe Lek Mun Tu Chu Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for all your support throughout the day. And everyone online who's been with us live as a recording, thank you very much. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for the continued hosting. It's now 62, 63 weeks. I just can't have to double check. I should know. If the controller doesn't know, who knows anyway. But thank you very much for being with us all this time and your continued support. Thank you, Lars, for joining us. Thank you, Alison. Hello, Venerable Fabio, Venerable Gonya.
Hello, Damchala.
Bless you all. Look at you all. Who have I missed? I missed somebody. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who's gone? Oh, Chenrezig has a sex symbol there. Okay, fine. It's okay. How is everyone?
Fine, you?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. You know.
You in Nalanda?
Still, yes.
In the old building? In the old building?
Yes.
Yeah. I recognize the room.
Do you know what? Old buildings have character.
Yeah.
That's what I think. You know,
I think the old building is not cold. No es frío, not cold. Very cold.
I don't know.
Very cold.
I've been here in the summer. I don't know what it's like in winter.
Wait.
I will tell you off if it's very cold.
Yes, in 1 month.
I remember Geshitashi saying, he's like, oh yeah, in winter it can be cold. But then he was here in the 90s when there was hardly any heating, you know? So yeah, I think times have changed slightly. Put some heating in, but we will find out. We will find out.
It's very cold, but with the nice food, then no problem.
Yeah, with a warm zen and a big duvet and a fireplace, you know.
Yeah, very beautiful. Yes.
Bless you. No, it's lovely to see you all. Yeah, it's always a joy. So you're working on a new translation project.
Which one?
So you have multiple translation projects. Volumes 2 and 3 of His Holiness, I guess.
His Holiness myself and Lama Zopa.
Oh, bless you. No, it's just great. I mean, you're such a busy little, you know, entity, you know, and it's just wonderful. I really rejoice in all the merits that you're creating by doing all these translations. So thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. I see you at the other end. See you shortly. Bye.
Thank you, Lars.
See you, Lars.
Oh, Lars.
You have a very nice altar.
Yes.
Nice altar, Lars.
Lars is learning Spanish, so we can speak.
Yeah?
Yes.
Muy bonito altar, Lars.
Muy bonito. Dice por el chat, sí.
Muy bien.
Okay, thank you, Lars. Thank you, Chenrezig Institute. Thank you, everyone. Muchas gracias a todos y a las venerables que siempre estamos aquí los tres. Somos el trío Calavera, el trío monástico Calavera.
Es verdad. Bueno, yo esta mañana no he estado, pero esta tarde pues ya sí.
Bueno.
Muy bien.
Aunque tengo un poquito de sueño, la verdad.
Y no solo de sueño, parece que de fresquito, ¿no?
Sí.
Ay, es que yo soy muy friolera y ya tengo 3 cosas. Mira, la blusa, un jersey y otro y un
Pues
chaleco.
mira, pero es verdad que 28 grados marcaban los termómetros.
Ya, pero en Madrid no hace 28, guapa, y en mi casa menos.
¿En Madrid qué tiempo hace, Bego?
Pues no lo sé. Pero yo en mi casa me tengo que abrigar un poco porque ya siento un poco de fresco.
Ya.
Y estoy pensando que la semana que viene seguro que como me voy a Donosti, si es que tengo
22 grados, Madrid 22 grados.
22, pero en mi casa hace menos. Y me voy a tener que llevar ropa de otoño ya, pero bien. Porque muero de frío.
Mañana ya dan cambio de temperatura en toda España.
¿Verdad? ¿Verdad? Sí.
Pues aquí se está muy bien, la verdad.
Hasta mañana. Mañana ya lluvias, fresquito.
No,
Hombre,
pero en
Valencia.
Valencia nunca hace tanto frío.
No, no. Son
O sea
unos cobardes.
Cobardes.
Allí con el marecito están
Unos
apaciguados.
blanditos, ¿eh?
Unos blanditos.
Hasta que llegan las fallas. Luego con las fallas empiezan a meter ahí cohetes.
Oye, que
Bueno.
tenemos algunos valencianos en el chat, a ver que nos están oyendo.
Ya,
Cuidado.
por eso.
Pues si no hacemos nada malo, no decimos nada malo.
Un saludo a todos los valencians y a todos los mexicanos y a todos los que
Ya, los alicantins, a todos los de todos.
Granaínos, que también está Marian.
Granaíno, también el granaíno.
¿Madrileños ves a alguien?
No.
No sé.
No, a Begoña, solo a Begoña.
Sí.
Bueno, pues un saludo para todo el mundo. Vamos a empezar, vamos a continuar con la recitación que ya sabéis que se lleva haciendo todo el día. Bueno, los que estáis conectados supongo que ya sois de los habituales, ya conocéis un poco la dinámica de esta actividad, de esta oración de grupo, que llevamos ya más de un año haciéndola cada sábado, 24 horas de recitación colectiva dirigida por la Sangha. Yo siempre me gusta recordar que aunque Rinpoche le pidió a la Sangha que fuera quien coordinara esta oración, es para todo el mundo, no es solo para los monjes y las monjas, sino para todo el mundo, dirigida y coordinada por la Sangha, pero que debe tener una repercusión en los centros, en los grupos de estudio, un seguimiento, porque lo ha pedido la Zopa Rinpoche. Esto me parece a mí que no está muy claro en general.
No, no está claro, no está nada claro.
La gente se piensa que es una actividad de los monjes y que va. Lo ha pedido Rinpoche a la Sangha, pero que se añada a todo el mundo, porque cuantos más seamos, más mérito y antes se acaba esto. Entonces, siempre hay que hacer un llamamiento, pues eso, a los centros, a los grupos de estudio, a los proyectos y a la gente en general, que esto es para todos. Y es media horita, que no es nada, tanto por la mañana que hace Venerable Paloma, como ahora a las 9, que va muy bien porque es la hora justo antes de cenar, entonces va muy bien. Y es fantástico porque nos reunimos todos, nos reuniríamos muchos más y sería estupendo que la hiciéramos cuantos más mejor. Así es que, por favor, difundidla, propagadla, explicadla, porque es una instrucción de Rinpoche directamente. Entonces tenemos que cumplir con ese fin. Esta es la idea, ¿eh? Con lo cual, pues venga, vamos a ello. Vamos a unos momentos a contemplar la respiración, calmar la mente.
Perdona, ¿qué día operan a Mayra?
6.
El miércoles.
¿El miércoles que viene? Ah, vale.
Sí.
Vale.
Hoy, hoy por supuesto, como siempre hacemos, y ya Venerable Paloma también lo ha hecho así esta mañana, como siempre, pues se deja que la gente pida por sus propósitos y proyectos, pero hoy, tanto esta mañana como ahora, si no tenéis inconveniente, vamos a hacer las dedicaciones especiales para Venerable Cesare, que está muy mal,
Ah, sí.
Venerable Drolma, que la operan el miércoles, y Venerable Tony, que ha fallecido, y Venerable Nerea, para que mejore y se recuerde. Entonces vamos a centrarnos en ellos, en estos 4 miembros de la Sangha y por supuesto todos los demás propósitos que queráis hacer. Entonces, bueno, pues eso, contemplamos un momentito la respiración, calmando la mente, el cuerpo, dejando pasar los pensamientos. Sencillamente vamos dejando que la respiración se vaya construyendo a sí misma, tanto en su velocidad como profundidad, como intensidad, sin forzar nada. Notando cómo va surgiendo un espacio y un silencio en nuestro interior desde los que vamos a meditar y generar la motivación de la bodhicitta. Visualizamos a los seres a nuestro alrededor. A la derecha nuestro padre y todas las figuras masculinas de nuestra familia, con las que hemos tenido relación, nos han cuidado, abuelos, tíos, primos, hermanos, todos. Y a la izquierda nuestra madre y todas las figuras femeninas, abuelas, tías, primas, hermanas, todas. Ves sintiendo que te van acompañando en esta práctica. Detrás, tus seres más cercanos, más queridos. Hijos, amigos, compañeros, pareja, animales. Enfrente, las personas o la persona con las que tuviste o estás teniendo problemas en este momento de tu vida. Frente a ti, meditando igual que tú. Buscando la felicidad igual que tú. Y alrededor están todos los seres del universo, tantos que tus ojos no alcanzan a ver el final. Lo más importante es sentir que ninguno se queda fuera. Y ahí, en ese grupo, incluimos a Venerable Cesare, Trolma, Nerea, Tony, para que tenga un buen renacimiento, y el resto de seres que quieras incluir, los sientes muy cerca, por los que quieras rezar. En el espacio frente a ti hay un loto, sol y luna, y sobre ello está Guru Avalokitesvara, que es inseparable de tus propios maestros, y en especial de su santidad el Dalai Lama, de la Mayese, de Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, de sus maestros personales. En esencia son todos lo mismo. Chenrezig, que te mira y te sonríe, con una expresión muy cálida, como la de una madre o un padre amorosos hacia su hijo pequeño. Y te envuelve con su atmósfera, con una atmósfera de cariño, de amor compasivo, de acogida, muy cálida. Esa sonrisa y esa mirada que Chenrezig te dirige simboliza que Él nos va a llevar a todos, a nosotros mismos y al resto de seres que están a nuestro alrededor, nos va a ir llevando a todos a la iluminación, cosa que ya está haciendo, desplegando multitud de medios hábiles, en especial a través del Maestro Espiritual, de los objetos sagrados, de las prácticas, incluso de los centros. Como siempre nos recuerda Rinpoche, deberíamos ver cada objeto sagrado como inseparable del Buda, del amigo espiritual, un medio hábil para llevarnos a la iluminación. Si es que nuestra mente, pensando así, se siente muy confiada, muy segura, muy protegida, guiada por Chenrezig y a través de él por el resto de Budas y bodhisattvas. Pensando en todo eso, tomamos refugio 3 veces en nuestro nombre y en el de todos los seres que nos rodean, en especial los que más lo necesiten. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Entonces, ahora visualizamos que desde el corazón de Guru Avalokitesvara en el espacio comienza a fluir luz, rayos de luz, y sobre estos rayos de luz hay néctar, se desliza néctar, que entra por nuestra coronilla y la de todos los seres que nos rodean, concediéndonos exactamente lo que precisemos, lo que necesitemos. Meditamos en que a los enfermos les concede salud, a los hambrientos comida, a los que han fallecido un perfecto renacimiento humano, a los que necesitan asilo y refugio, refugio. Y recitamos el mantra unos minutos, sintiendo que todo eso sucede. Meditamos así. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 om Comenzamos con las recitaciones del Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo y recordamos que es importante mirar la imagen que está en pantalla de vez en cuando, como aconseja la Zopa. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Dedicamos esta primera recitación para que Venerable Tony obtenga un perfecto renacimiento humano y alcance muy pronto la iluminación, para que la operación de Drolma el próximo miércoles salga bien y para que los venerables Cesare y Nerea mejoren cuanto antes y tengan una mente en calma. También por toda la Sangha que esté en dificultades, enferma o que haya fallecido o que tenga problemas, también dedicamos por ellos para que puedan seguir dedicándose a traducir, a hacer retiro, a meditar, a servir en los centros o en cualquier lugar donde Rinpoche les aconseje estar, que puedan hacerlo sin ningún tipo de obstáculo. Hacemos la segunda recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Muy bien. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Para hacer la dedicación de esta segunda recitación, si quiere la venerable Drol Carmen Dizábal.
Me encanta el nombre.
Drol Carmen Dizábal.
Vale, pues sí, quiero dedicarlo. Hoy han hablado de la situación del COVID y hay 3 países que están en una situación muy delicada, unos Estados Unidos, otros Brasil y sobre todo la India. Entonces, para que en estos países pues, se pueda controlar lo antes posible y la población esté un poquito más protegida, ¿no? Y bajen los casos de la epidemia. Y no olvidar también la epidemia de los talibanes en Afganistán, que también es otra epidemia. Entonces, pues pedimos por las personas más débiles y más vulnerables de Afganistán.
Muy bien. Otro país que está, y no se habla de él y está fatal, están con las cifras disparadas, es Rusia. Está fatal.
Ah, sí, pero no dicen ni mu, ¿eh?
Nada, pero están
De
fatal.
Rusia no dicen nada.
Ayer ha habido el récord de muertes más grande en toda la pandemia.
Qué horror. Pues
Así
por
que
Rusia también, ¿eh?
dedicamos a ello, sí. Hacemos la siguiente recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu y en un solo instante no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Humani beme hum, humani beme hum, humani beme hum. Venerable Choki Alba, si quieres hacer la dedicación de la tercera.
Ok, pues yo quería que tuviéramos en cuenta a los más vulnerables, los que están afectados por las diferentes catástrofes, conflictos violentos, pensemos pues eso, tanto en la situación en La Palma, también lo que ha sucedido en Ecuador, en esa prisión que han muerto tantos y tantos, también por los inmigrantes, los ancianos, todos los que están en situación muy vulnerable, que puedan tener fortaleza para sobrellevarlo, que se apacigüen las causas de esos sufrimientos y que puedan tener las condiciones propicias a abrir el corazón, desarrollar la bondad, la compasión y especialmente también por todos aquellos que infringen la violencia, que puedan ser impregnados de la mente de la bodhicitta.
Gracias. Bueno, pues los que estáis escuchando por YouTube, también haced vuestras dedicaciones personales durante unos momentos por vuestros enfermos fallecidos, propósitos, proyectos, obstáculos, los de ellos, los de vuestros seres queridos. Y pedimos a nuestros maestros que permanezcan con nosotros hasta el fin de los tiempos, hasta el fin del samsara, que nunca nos dejen solos, que siempre nos tomen de la mano y nos lleven a la iluminación, en especial Chenrezig, que es su santidad el Dalai Lama en este mundo. Jite Ende Maharuba Gale Sampele Jisino Kadri Hinsune Tenzin Gyatso Utse Tenzin Use Lundu Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico, que tengas una larga vida y que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Lo mismo para Lama Zopa Rinpoche, hacemos exactamente la misma oración, que Rinpoche nunca nos abandone, que estemos siempre en conexión con él en todas nuestras vidas hasta que alcancemos la iluminación, que podamos servirle en cualquiera de sus proyectos, centros, grupos de estudio, en cualquier actividad que él desarrolle, que podamos estar ahí. Que podamos ser una de sus 1000 manos, al igual que las de Chenrezig. Y que pronto podamos verle presencialmente. Tusul chamsin yango yelwe Tenzin Gyalpo Prayer Chosun Kurwele Montudu Ahata Odu Gulye Gondu Sate. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Y por último dedicamos los méritos para todos los propósitos que hemos dicho, los que habéis pensado, los que podéis pensar ahora. Ewa di yinyu duda lama sanje druvyune drowa chikyan marupa teji salago pasu sansu senchori poche make panam ye gyuchi yewa nyampa me padan Gone gondu pewaso. Pues muy bien, muchísimas gracias. Como siempre es un gusto animar, de verdad, animar a que la gente participe, porque estos 2 ratitos que hacemos a la mañana y a la noche, de verdad que el que nos reunamos media horita todos juntos es una bendición. Es que gracias a las venerables, gracias a Chenrezig.
Además, como se suele decir, lo bueno, si breve, 2 veces bueno. Y es que es muy rápido, ¿sí o no?
Sí, porque deja muy buen sabor, esa es la verdad.
Esa es la realidad.
Sí, sí, así es que gracias. Yo creo que Rinpoche nos ha mandado a hacer esto para que nos reunamos todos.
Sí, no está mal, así nos vemos, ¿no?
Creo que va por ahí la cosa también.
Muy bien,
Bueno.
a ver, ahora tiene que ponerse Dancho, que creo que le toca
Sí, lo
también.
único, bueno, voy a anunciar que nos seguimos viendo el sábado que viene con Venerable Paloma a las 10 de la mañana, si estamos vivos, claro, esperemos que sí, y seguimos acumulando méritos y dándole fuerte al karma. Gracias.
Chao. Chao, Javioski. Chao, Palomita.
Muchas
Mañana.
gracias.
Chao, Berlín. Chao, chao.
Damchola.
Fabiola.
Dancho, you are going to be on the Guinness record of the IMI.
Am I?
Yes, I think so. I think so.
I didn't know anybody kept a tally.
Yeah, I think so. Yes. I will keep track of your sessions.
Oh dear. You know.
I think today Damchola had 6 sessions.
No. At least 10.
No, Venerable Sarah took one. Venerable Sarah took one.
Venerable Sarah took one.
Cerca de 10. Fabio, cerca de 10.
Who's counting? Stop. It's not about numbers.
Me. Time to time.
And also the main point is all the sessions in different times, in the morning, in the evening, in the afternoon.
Especially today, Mamma Mia, today.
Yeah, I mean, but you know, it's true, Fabio, because it really, if you run it all the same every time, you know, if you do multiple sessions, you get bored, and whoever tunes in and goes like, oh, that doesn't sound very, and so much changes in between. Also, you know,
it's very funny at 2 o'clock or at 3 o'clock. From 3 to 7 is very funny, no?
But you know what? I love that time. It's so quiet. It's so peaceful.
You can sleep during the session and nobody will realize.
You never, you know, you're just surprised how many people are following, which is really, but then, okay, you look at the global aspect. But I sometimes, when I used to work in offices, I sometimes would go in an office at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning because you got more done before everybody else got in, because then the rest of the day, you know, so it's a very productive time. So,
yes.
But no,
anyway,
thank you very much.
Thank you to you. Thank you, Dancho. Bye-bye. See you next week.
Adiós, Paloma, gracias.
We see you all next week. Look after yourself. And thank you very much, everyone who joins, you know, the Dharma Fiesta every week. You know, it's always so inspiring, you know, the energy. Seriously, I've been talking to other members of the community, and they agree. But it's also because the English, you know, speaking parts are so stretched out. So, you know, but it's really nice to see, you know, the attendance and the focus and the energy that, you know, the Spanish side brings, the Italians and the French, because they only have a reduced slot. So the you know, but it's great, you know, and especially if you think about, you know, Colombia, Mexico, they're not necessarily on the same time scale as you. So for people to get up and support it, that's just brilliant, you know. So wonderful. But yeah, always lovely to have you here, Fabio, and everyone. So thank you very much indeed. And thank you very much again, Chenrezig Institute. Who's there? Ooh, and we'll come from, hello. Good evening. And we have Paul here. Hello, Paul. Lovely to see you. Have we met yet, Paul? Or are you supporting the Spanish team?
No, I'm just from Romania, and I come back once in a while because I just enjoy praying, you know, with you guys.
Oh,
so
bless you. You're welcome.
You know,
Thank you very
thank
much
you
for
so much.
joining. That, no, it's
I
wonderful.
started with Venerable Robina, and then I just came back when my son slept, or like my wife just did something. So thank you for having this space. I really enjoyed it.
No, you're more than welcome. And I mean, you know, it's, I mean, crikey. I mean, if you follow Robina, she, I mean, she's a little treasure, isn't she? She's, but again, I always say you haven't lived if you hadn't had the Dharma whip cracked over your head by Robina. You know, everybody who follows her knows what I'm talking about. You know, one question you didn't think through, crack. What's that all about?
Once in a while.
It makes you wear the next time. But she has a heart of gold. She has an absolute heart of gold. So thank you very much. I feel very honored that you're joining my little slot now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, it's always lovely to have you all here. So thank you very much indeed. Okay, so we've got an hour and a half or thereabouts, what's left. Fabio, what did you think about the newsletter? Did you like the musical?
I like very much, and I enjoy a lot, especially the last one. I enjoy a lot.
Did you? It's interesting how through we always, it's funny. I mean, I was thinking I should go for Paquita again, one of those days. But no, I thought, I wonder. But I mean, it was really weird how through, over those 3 decades, all these have come together. So yeah, maybe I talk about this one this evening because it seems quite a nice way of thinking. So I don't know whether
could be nice,
but that's quite all right. Okay, so if we take a moment then and just take a few deep breaths. Just reset our motivation while we're here. So if you're following me for the very first time, you're welcome. If you have seen me before, it can be a little bit quirky. But again, Dharma isn't always, it doesn't have to be stifling like most things. It doesn't have to be antiquated. This is what we see in life and how we apply ourselves in life. And as Paul will know as well, as he follows Robina is very much practical in many ways. And I think that's what it is. It doesn't have to be something that we can't apply. How else can we transform if we can't apply the Dharma? One of the things is always listening with the ear of Dharma, being compassionate with Dharma, seeing with Dharma. But again, it's one of those things. Okay, so if we start off with the 3 levels of motivation. And if you're starting your day, it's a nice way of setting the motivation for the day. If you're halfway through your day, it's a nice way of looking back how the morning went. What you can adjust for the afternoon if you're just about heading for bed. It's a nice way of reflecting how the day went. How did we do in the morning? How did the afternoon go in comparison? How much correction do we need to do? So it's always really nice to look at that. Today, as much as possible, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, and mind. Just think about that, what it actually says. Today, as much as possible. Not today, I must. Must is if we trip up, we never reset the clock. As much as possible, it acknowledges that we can be flawed. We're not perfect yet. So if you trip up, we just reset the clock, and we acknowledge, and we do again better. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May all the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. May all the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued. May they. There must, we're not there yet. Must is putting pressure on. Let it grow, let it grow. So Aristotle said, we are what we repeatedly do. Action then is not an act, but a habit. When you're trying to learn the piano, an instrument, or build a house, you don't just buy the instrument or the bricks and hope it works out. You make sure you acquire the necessary skills. So now that we have reflected on these three levels of motivation, what do we actually mean by that? What do we really, what about our actions of body, speech, and mind? Oh yeah, we'll be doing all right. But then the first obstacle arises. What do we do? What if there's a beggar? Do we turn away? What if there's somebody shouting? What about somebody who's on an alcohol and drug dependency? What about somebody who's not our social level? And now we don't mix with those people. What about them? Or what the ones high up who despise them because they're better off than us? Because they were born with a golden spoon in their mouth, as far as we think. What do we really know? How judgmental are we? It's, what I find always interesting is how we find subjects that we think about here in sort of Dharma terms. We find them everywhere. Yet we don't pay any attention to them particularly. As many of you know, I love music, I love films. Okay, obviously less now, but it was life before robes. It doesn't mean that if I happen to be somewhere and somebody has a radio on or a TV on, that they have to switch that off. But then being mindful, looking at it with attachment and listen to it with attachment. But I want to bring three different genres of music to your attention. I want to give it a thought. Fool, death ain't nothing but a heartbeat away. I'm living life, do or die, what can I say? I'm 23 now, but will I live to see 24? The way things are going, I don't know. Tell me, why are we so blind to see that the ones we heard are you and me? Let's again. Some of you may know this song. For those of you who don't, it's called Gangster Paradise by Coolio. It was from 1995. And that song Coolio described very much, the life in the hood. And there wasn't a particular role model. You were brought up by the street. But of course, where you were influenced very much what your social mobility options were. You still had your dreams, you had the promise of quick money, but with that also came risks, gun crime. And of course, then you're stuck in a vicious cycle. What I like about this particular verse is that he acknowledges how swiftly life can be over. And usually, 23, we think we're invincible. But in that environment, he's very well aware that it doesn't take much. Just cross somebody the wrong way and bang, that's it. You're lying in chalk. And he's aware that there's conflict of what he really wants and what the reality is. Even Buddha acknowledges that doing the right thing is not always easy. It's easy to do the bad thing. convenient thing. When you're struggling, what do you do? There's a wonderful, shame I lost the book. It's one of Aristotle's books on ethics. Within it, Aristotle had sort of a discussion between a righteous man and a thief. The righteous man said, I wouldn't steal. I'd rather have my family go hungry. You'll see if the thief says, well, it's up to you. I know I'm a thief, but at least I feed my kids. So who's right? Who's doing the right thing? Who has the moral high ground? It's not always that simple. But also, you know, if you think about this particular verse that Coolio has brought to our attention, you know, tell me, why are we so blind to see that the ones we heard are you and me? So who's he talking about? Is he talking about the gangs that hurt each other, gang members? Just because of some turf, because of respect, because they're being told to, or are we talking about the family and friends and loved ones? Ultimately, trying to do what's right, maybe, to bring food on the table, but with that you bring trouble. What if you get put in jail? What if you die? It's such a dog-eat-dog world. Just think about that for a moment. How often do we really pay attention to the lyrics? Would you just learn the lyrics to go with the melody? And I recall it being a very clever mix. Coolio is very smart in the way he combines things. Then we skipped to 1975, Queen, Bohemian Rhapsody, which ties in quite nicely. So we had Coolio, you know, describing the life in that sort of environment. You know, how easy it is, you know, to get into the wrong crowd and do whatever. But then the opening of Bohemian Rhapsody, Mama just killed a man, put a gun against his head, pulled my trigger, now he's dead. So he acknowledges it, you know, I did that. Mama, life had just begun, but now I've gone and thrown it all away. So again, there's this acknowledgement that it's a silly thing that happened with serious consequences. We don't always have to just kill somebody to have consequences. This may be an extreme case, you know, within the song. But if you think about it, you know how easy it is to do the wrong thing. Life had just begun, but now I've gone and thrown it all away. You know, what could have been with a different support. How willing are we to look at people, maybe see their real trouble? Can we see behind the bravado the real suffering that exists? And then they go on in that song, Mama, didn't mean to make you cry again, you know, because of what happened. It's not just the person that got killed, but the young man who did the shooting, you know, is in prison. The impact it has on his family, his mother. Sometimes things seem very trivial. They're not. Then we wind the clock back a little bit more. 1969, Elvis Presley in the ghetto. And again, he sort of ties it all nicely up. People, don't you understand? The child needs a helping hand, or he will grow to be an angry young man someday. We live very much in a fragmented society. Because of long commutes to work, okay, maybe with the pandemic, many have worked from home now. Family systems are being taken apart. You have to go where the work is, this and that. But again, think about the other classes, where there maybe not be a role model. The child needs a helping hand. We can't just expect them to grow up. The same is true for us as practitioners. We need to be shown where we're going. Now, what do we want? We just drift. Then Elvis goes on. Take a look at you and me. Are we too blind to see? And what I really liked is, the pretty much exactly the same words. Are we blind to see? And are we too blind to see? Corleone and Elvis, which I thought was really, really nice. Take a look at you and me. It's not just the other person. It's not just the other person who's blind to the suffering that we go through. Are we blind to theirs? Do we simply turn our heads and look the other way? That's quite a statement. Take a look at you and me. Are we too blind to see? Do we just turn our heads if we don't want to see nastiness? If I don't look at it, it doesn't exist. If I close my eyes, it doesn't exist. If it doesn't exist, I don't have to worry about it. What do we really mean when we say, be of benefit to other sentient beings? As much as possible, I will harm no living beings by the actions of my body, speech, and mind. If I turn away from someone who needs help, what am I actually contributing to? What if I don't want to listen to somebody's problems? How often do we say to somebody, how are you? To expect to hear, yeah, I'm all right. Are you prepared for not very well today? Thank you very much. I'm worried about this, that, and the other. I wish I had somebody to talk to. I wish I had somebody who would listen. Little things. Are we prepared to give that which we can give? When we're struggling, we're just happy if somebody actually acknowledges that we're having a hard time. When we're sick, maybe we are not as polite as we usually would be. Isn't it nice for people to recognize that, okay, he's a bit cranky because he has fever, he has a headache, he's feeling sick, he's in pain. But do we extend that courtesy? Yeah, honey, I brought you some soup. Yeah, put it there. You're moody. I think we can all relate to that. So what are we really saying? As much as possible, I will harm. I will harm no living beings. I will benefit others. I will generate bodhicitta. Because we have been used to it for so long, so many lifetimes, beginnings, lifetimes. It's a habit. We're good at not listening, not wanting to get involved in other people's problems, thinking that their problems are theirs. You know, if you don't work hard enough, you want to be in the lower social scale. Well, that's your problem, not mine. Is that really how we should be thinking? Is this something we can do to reach out? Just something to think about. But I know that these three songs, you know, may have quite a heavy message, a social message. But then, so did Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, 1989, and Keanu Reeves was in it. Bill and Ted had a wonderful, wonderful message to all. Be excellent to each other. Nothing more, nothing less. Just be excellent to each other. Be nice, be kind, be helpful. What a great message. But again, you know, did we just dive it off when we saw the film? So, yeah, silly message. But really, if you think about it, it's a very simple but very good point. If we just are excellent to one another, if we're just helping each other out, all we want is to be happy and joyous. And one of the other messages was, you know, be excellent and party on, dudes. When we go to a party, what do? We have fun, we have joy. We want others that are there to be happy. So let's make this life a joyous one. And all beings are part of this party. Let's bring them some joy and cheer. Just a few thoughts. So again, when we listen to music, do we just have it on as background noise? Or do we sometimes pay attention? We visualize in the space in front of us, our guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you had the relevant initiations, then please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. And if you're following us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. Those of you who wish to take part, do not wish to engage in deities, just visualize a clear light that's full of love and compassion. Visualize how the light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, across the 6 realms, to the furthest corners of the universe. Each light being finding one of the infinite number of other sentient beings, wherever they are. The light enters the bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. Just feel how that light pours into you. It comes down from the crown of your head, through your head, down your neck, around the shoulders, into the arms, to down the spine, right down to your feet. Feel that light pouring in. As it pours in, how it really cleanses every aspect. It's not just a casual wash, it's a real deep clean. Sometimes I like to think of it as the good old days when we polished silver and brass. The younger generation probably doesn't remember. I thought, oh yeah, just buff it up. And once you started applying that little polish, and you kept rubbing and rubbing and rubbing, and half an hour later you're still rubbing it. Oh, more and more grime was coming to the surface. Oh, that karmic grime. All the stains are being removed. All the weight is being lifted. Just feel how you can stand tall again. That weight taken off your shoulders. How you can stretch. I can breathe. How comforting it is just to be rid of all that karmic weight, the delusions, negative karma. Then as you feel refreshed and re-energized, look around, look at all the other sentient beings. When we look at them, we can see that, like us, they experience exactly the same. The bliss of getting rid of all those negativities and delusions. We recognize that they're like us, and that neither of us like to suffer. But all we really want is love and compassion. Being able to live our lives quietly, happy. And the idea to get on with everyone. Without fear of retribution and retaliation, and being spoken about negatively, treated badly, thought of badly. Then we recognize that it's through the action of body, speech, and mind that we have added to the suffering of others. And as a consequence, we suffered. And we acknowledge these faults openly. We ask our mother sentient beings for forgiveness of what we have done. While we might be able to undo what's already done, we can promise that from now on we move forward into our benefit, that we engage in wholesome actions to benefit mother sentient beings. We might not be perfect, we might trip up, but we don't give up. Make a mistake, we acknowledge and we carry on. Haven't we just learned how, by not acknowledging faults, how quickly they build up and keep us down? We are what we repeatedly do. Excellent, then it's not an act but a habit. So keep on engaging in wholesome actions that benefit mother sentient beings. Some of them will be happy to accept our help sooner, and others do not wish to see it at that time. And that's okay. We don't force our help upon them. We help them in whatever way we can. And if that means we have to give them some space, we give them that space. But we let them know we're there if they need us. And that's not just a hollow promise. It has to come from the heart. If we say, when you need me, don't be afraid to come and speak to me, then be ready. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the extended Guru Siddhams and the Kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds. The Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having acknowledged our faults, have made the promise for better resolve, having taken refuge, may we now recite the Mani Mantra. Let's recite the Mani Mantra. Keep on visualizing how purifying light nectar enters your body. You're being cleansed more and more of your true nature. Your Buddha nature is being revealed. How you begin to glow atom by atom in the space between those atoms. How you radiate light back to the Guru. How you become one with the Guru. How you radiate light to other mother sentient beings and you become one with mother sentient beings. With themselves, exchange themselves with other sentient beings and the Guru. We all are one with the Guru. We are one with one another. We're one source of love and compassion for all those who are lost in the darkness of samsaric existence. We shine like a bright beacon. We also act like a searchlight to find those who are wandering aimlessly in the darkness of samsaric existence and aren't sure which way to turn. So as we recite the Mani Mantra, we remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind, both the defiled state that we're in, but also the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. In order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. And it is in the fully transformed state that we can be of maximum benefit to all mother sentient beings. So as we recite the Mani Mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with other beings and the Guru. How you begin to shine brighter and brighter, and as more and more sentient beings join in, we collectively shine brighter and brighter. As we dispel the darkness of samsara. And if it helps you, visualize it as one of those glorious sunrises. Just before the sun breaks across the horizon, you see the glow. Then as the sun comes up, rises to the zenith, it shines the fullest for all of us. The sun does not just shine for me or you, it shines for all of us, giving us hope, a sense of safety, comfort, warmth, and joy.
Having acknowledged our faults through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, and the suffering that has caused, will begin in this lifetimes. Having made the promise to from now on engage in wholesome actions, having taken refuge in the Guru, and recited many Mani mantras while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings, may we now visualize ourselves as pure, and holding on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can, ideally for the duration of these prayers, at least. If we can, for longer. Be very skilled at the end of the day, the end of the week, end of the month, the year, this lifetime. Be very skilled, many, many, many lifetimes to come. If you haven't got that skill set yet, don't be afraid. Just reset, purify, continue on the path. If we call upon the great Mother Tara to join us, Tara mantra, the Tara mantra has been recommended by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama to help overcome the obstacles that may exist or may arise, either as part of our practice or within the setting of the pandemic, for sufficient treatment options and preventative measures to arise. For general settings for those who are sick to be restored to good health, for those who have entered the bardo or are about to enter the bardo to be reborn under favorable conditions, for those who suffer hardships to be given whatever resources were required to overcome those hardships, so that they may return to a state of happiness that is free from suffering, so they may take care of themselves, their family, friends, and the community at large. To visualize the great Mother Tara in the space in front of us, and of green color light radiating from Tara in all 10 directions, and again each light being finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are. As we recite the Tara mantra, let's remember that Om again represents all the aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara herself. Tara liberates from samsara. Tara liberates from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tara liberates from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. We do one full mala of Tara for the benefit of all other sentient beings. And we also dedicate the recitation for the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Su. 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 Om Tare. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Su. Vishnu's now how all the obstacles have been removed, and to expand our team, we now call upon the guardians for the recitation of Vajrayana. We visualize Vajrapani. We also call upon Black Manjushri. And if we think about the guardians with love and affection, despite their appearances of often being described as ferocious and wrathful, these beings are very diligent in their duty to make sure we're okay, keep us on the straight and narrow, to protect us not only from our own stupidity through the actions of body, speech, and mind that may cause harm to ourselves and others, but also by stepping in to protect us from outside forces. So think about, how you wish to engage with those beings, and be respectful. And again, still wonder why these wrathful and ferocious faces. Think about your mothers when you were young. Your mother smiled upon you when you were all cute and did the right things. But if you did something wrong, dangerous, how quickly your face would turn, either in horror, or being very, very strict to bring a point across. It's no different. We still love our mothers, so why would we love these guardians? So if we visualize for Vajrayana, dark blue, ferocious looking Vajrapani, his feet are stretched out, and he holds a Vajra in his right hand and his necklace in the left. His body is a place for transcendental wisdom fire, and from his body are admitted fire, garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorm destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit arms, and interferers. Those of you who have listened to me before know what I'm saying now. Think about the interferers. His Holiness reminds us that we do not seek the destruction of any being. So why would we seek to destroy this interferer or spirit? What we do wish to destroy is the recite. Gives cause for the behavior of these beings to act a certain way, hence causing harm to others, and therefore to themselves. As we wish them to be freed, we wish to destroy the seed only so that they can engage in wholesome actions. Sees their fortune change so they can breathe from the cycle. Recite the mantra 7 times. Vajapedum Padmaswari Nibashina Ganantaida Savraita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha Raksha Soha Vajapedum Padmaswari Nibashina Ganantaida Savraita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha Raksha Soha Vajapedum Padmaswari Nibashina Ganantaida Savraita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha Raksha Soha Vajapedum Padmaswari Nibashina Ganantaida Savraita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha Raksha Soha Vajapedum Padmaswari Nibashina Ganantaida Savraita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha Raksha Soha Vajapedum Padmaswari Nibashina Ganantaida Savraita Hana Vajana Raksha Soha Vajapedum Padmaswari Nibashina Ganantaida Savraita Hana Vajana Raksha Soha Vajapedum Padmaswari Nibashina Ganantaida Savraita Hana Vajana Raksha Raksha Soha. Now we record on Beckman Joshi to join the ranks. His face is wrathful, he has 3 eyes. In his 2 hands, he holds a scripture in the left and the sword in the right. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a massive fire. The flames of clear light emanate from the song, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all mother sentient beings, purifying all negative karmas, obstructions, sicknesses, spirits, some previous notes, and dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. Okay, recite 7 times. Tam chu chu su du su dum su ningo la che kala che kam sham tam bebe su ha tam chu chu su du su dum su ningo la che kala che kam sham tam bebe su ha tam chu chu su du su dum su ningo la che kala che kam sham tam bebe su ha tam chu chu su du su dum su ningo la che kala che kam sham tam bebe su Tang chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la chikada jakam shantam bepe su. Tang chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la chikada jakam shantam bepe su. Tang chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la chikada jakam shantam bepe su. Now that we have prepared ourselves fully, maybe recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. And again, I'd like to combine Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer of liberating Sakya from disease. It's one of his other prayers, known as the praises to the sublime Chenrezig, or depending on the translations, praises to the noble Avalokiteshvara. And this prayer was recalled by Thangtong Gyalpo from a previous life when he was the monk Pema Kapo, who recited this prayer for 60 years between the ages of 20 and 80, whilst doing nungness. And the beautiful thing about this particular prayer is that, again, it looks at the 6 realms. We wish to seek to liberate all beings across the 6 realms. It lays bare what the criteria are for each of the individual realms, what wrong aspect we have to generate to fall into those realms. And if we think about it and listen to these sections, we can find elements of those in our current personalities. We can also see it most clearly in other people. It's easier to see it in other people than even ourselves. But we also can reflect on what we do, how willing we are to see faults, how willing we are to help maybe to overcome these faults. So what we do, so let's have a quick look at 27. We have time to do 3 recitations per realm. So again, if we do 3 recitations per realm, let's again make it bring the focus in. So we recite each for suffering of body, suffering of speech, suffering of mind. Again, if you haven't got the time to do 3 sessions across the 6 realms, it's more important that your motivation is clear. If you have only time for 1, think about the suffering of body, speech, and mind across the 6 realms. And really with the purest of intentions recite. If you have a bit more time, maybe you do 3 recitations, thinking about all the 6 realms and the suffering that exists in each of them. If you have a bit more time, maybe you can do 1 for each realm or 3 for each realm. How many ever? It's not a numbers game just to rattle numbers down, but whenever you recite, try to keep the focus going. Why you're there? What's the motivation behind your recitation? Do we mean what we say, or are we just merely rattling words? So, and again, we set out to liberate. So the 3 lower realms are the hardest to escape from. So we need to consider, what is our aim? Is it just to avoid being reborn in the lower realms, so that we only end up in the upper realms of human demigods and gods? But then again, even in those realms, suffering exists. So the ultimate aim for us should be liberation from samsara. So while we wish for beings to escape the lower realms, and at least achieve the higher realms, so that there is no opportunity for them to escape, find enlightenment. And let's think about, each individual realms, and that we wish all of them to be liberated, point blank. We want to be liberated without undue delay. So we will do so. Open up with the prayer of the praises to the sublime Chenrezig, and then when we come to the individual realms, we recite them 3 times. per realm. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, Great Refuge and Protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving Protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Guru. For all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in anti-samsara and who endure unbearable torments, there is no other refuge than you, Great Protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfections. So we now recite for the first round, the hell round, 3 times. May all the diseases that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakini, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings now from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Just think about for a moment about the references to Yama, placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. So if you hear that, what do we think immediately? What is our feeling about Yama? Do we have compassion for Yama, or do we see him as a threat? Yama just checks our ticket. You have this one, so that much merit on your ticker, and you have this one, negative karma, so your way is this way. We're doing the work, so we should be compassionate with Yama. Can't just blame Yama for what we have done. We want to keep the cycle of death and rebirth. We need to work harder. What about the 80,000 clouds that interferes in the 360 evil spirits out suddenly? Are we including them? Do we wish them to be free? Think about what we said earlier. We wish to destroy the basis for these beings to act a certain way. The reason they cause harm, it interferes because of the programming. That's what we wish to change. And although that might be irritating to us, at some point, we should still have the compassion and say, okay, fine. How do we deal with that? We have to expend that compassion. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the torments of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sadhana, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sadhana, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sadhana, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we're reciting the last of the three lower realms. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal, and may all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O protector. May all the diseases that tear the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sadhana, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of class, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The Messiah of whose names differ beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Earth. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits, and suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. And the son of whose names differ beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So this is the lower realms done. And if you think about the last verse, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, so we have taken the refuge in the three jewels. And by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, we also invited Tara and the protectors, the guardians to join us. We acknowledged, the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results right at the beginning. That we have done the wrong things. Again, we acknowledge that very much. But being aware of that, making the promise, to really move on from here, that important aspect, just something to consider. Okay, so we're going into the upper realms. Nearly done. Through the power of protections accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The son of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May Son of whose names there are beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsadni, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of raids and palm be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of covenants results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, pits, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsadni, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning of time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Portala. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of cross, pits, illness, and the Buddhas and the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and reigns not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May Son of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of raids and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The Son of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of rage and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, one last time for the demigods. May all the diseases that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the hands of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that, like a vulture leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May Son of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I just take a quick look at one of the lines. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant. Yeah, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant. So in a way that ties in what we were saying in the opening and the reflections on the songs. Quickly, life changes. It doesn't take much. It doesn't take long for things to change. Okay. Okay, final realm. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning of time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of grass, speed, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases, they're like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered. Separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The son of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, deprive the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. For the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that tear in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The sound of names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as times of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. So just the concluding section. Throughout all my existence may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra or Manipadme home throughout the 10 directions. By the power of this praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. So that effectively concludes the main prayer. So we now go for dedications. I would dedicate all the members of this sessions and previous sessions still to come, all sessions since we started, to the benefit of all other sentient beings. May all other sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of our precious Sangha, not just our own community and our own tradition, but all traditions around the world, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive by engaging in studies, giving teachings, and carrying out translation work to make the Dharma accessible to those who seek it. Our brothers and sisters, long and healthy lives, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and never be separated from the precious teachings and virtuous friends. May we always enjoy the company in this and all future lifetimes. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of the Precious Light community, who through their great kindness of giving their time, expertise and financial support to ensure that Dharma centers and projects can flourish. May they all live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma, the Sangha community and virtuous friends. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always enjoy their company in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus who, if they've done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always benefit from their advice and guidance in this and all future lifetimes, and may all their wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we dedicate in particular to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. May His Holiness' wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we benefit from His presence for many years to come in this lifetime and throughout all the other lifetimes. May we also cherish the fact that we have been born in human form so that we may access and understand the teaching given by His Holiness. And may one day we see His Holiness be reunited with His people in Tibet. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his kind action and vision has brought this community of IMI Sangha globally much closer together in the practice of Thangtong Gyalpo. By doing so, not only strengthened our bond as a community and with the practice, but also engaged us in practices to benefit all mother sentient beings, and thus have been able for us to reach out to you all who have been supportive for the last 63 weeks since Prayerathon started. May Lama Zopa live in long and healthy lives. May we always benefit from His presence and advice in this and our future lifetimes. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic bombs in this world and all dangers of earth, whatever have been, be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kewe shingamri pendan dewa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Gyalpo yi shape site vadu thank you chi. Chil chang jing yan gyun gewe ten jing kyun pe we kun zo do ko ze chok song kewe lek mun tru tru pa dak sok du je gun lu shap ten cho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session, particularly Paul. Thank you very much for joining me for the first time. Very nice to have you on board. Thank you very much to Amanda. Now you were here. You're probably still listening. I hope your broken arm is getting better. Thank you very much to everyone who followed us online on YouTube and in the background. So thank you much to Chenrezig Institute for your continued support and diligence in keeping us on air for the past 60 odd weeks. Being there all the time. Thank you very much. Thank you much to the Precious Sangha, who has been a wonderful delight and joy to work with over the last year and a bit to keep Prayerathon going. So thank you very much. We hope you enjoyed. We hope you found benefited in. And again, if you find life is too much, don't struggle on your own. Safe here, but we're no replacement for the support you may get from a doctor or helplines with particular needs. Don't make any permanent decision to temporary problems. You're always welcome here, whatever faith and point of view you have. We hope you enjoyed it, and thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it, Paul. And there's Venerable Tenda, who's taking over the next slot.
Hello.
Thank you.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are. So, Tamche, how many sessions you have to go still? Are you finished for today?
No, I'm finished. Venerable Electron picked up the 2 slots after you, so I'm done for the day.
Okay, good. You deserve the rest now. So how many sessions have you done today?
Well, you got the list. You can look it up.
Okay,
It's not gloated. Let's put it this way. It's more than 1 and less than 48.
You create immense amount of merits. Thank you so much.
Oh, bless you. All right. Thank you very much, Tenda. I'll see you in the morning. Bye-bye.
You have a good night. Thank you.
I will try.
Yes.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Paul, Alison, and all people maybe watching on YouTube. I'm in Australia, my friends in Australia. Well, my name is Tendar. I'm director of the IMI in Nalanda. So it's 2 weeks to go in Nalanda. Then there will be another director. So I'm looking for a little bit more retreat time. But I'm very happy to continue also leading sometimes a session here on the prayerathon. Now, as you might know, Lama Zopa Rinpoche recommends this practice. It's a powerful practice in times of a pandemic. So anyway, it's very good for our karma. It's very good for our to fulfill the wishes of Lama Zopa Rinpoche and to be of service to other sentient beings. So I would like to start a session with a short meditation that we bring our mind to our heart and feel the love we have for some people. You might have met in this life quite some people who have shown very kindness to us, people we love, people we find so nice to interact with, people who are very meaningful to us. And we can recall this close feeling we have for quite some people, I hope. And this love we have, it's this wish that may they be happy, may they never face suffering, maybe contribute to their happiness. We can extend to a larger group of people and sentient beings. Those we usually have not particular feelings for, people on television or people we meet in the shopping street. We see them just as functioning beings, and we have not particular positive and negative feelings towards them. And we try to extend this love and this warm feeling we have for our close ones, for ourselves, to them. We hope that they will never face suffering, that they are happy. I recall their kindness. We have all our happiness actually depends on the kindness of others. Very basically, our body we got from our father and mother in this life. We learned languages and from teachers and schools. So we learned many things. Our clothes we wear, it's often not made by ourselves, it's due to others. Many times even animals have been involved. And even the food, so many people have been in the process of getting the food toward our plate when we eat it. So also many animals have lost their lives by eating rice or potatoes. And many people have been in the process from agriculture, transport, shop. And finally, we can enjoy it and we can sustain our body. So then also we can extend our love and kindness to those who cause obstacles to others. Maybe we see as animals, enemies, like people who have created obstacles to us, have hurt our feelings, or hurt the feelings of our close ones to whom we are attached, or we think that they are doing very bad things to other human beings. So we can also include like people like who have lived like Hitler, Mao Zedong, Stalin, Fidela from Argentina. So those who have Idi Amin, like in Uganda, some people have been responsible for so many suffering on this planet. So also they actually want happiness only due to their ignorance and attachments and aversions, and they made so bad decisions, and we don't know where they are. But if it's true that positive actions lead to happiness in the future, and killing, lying, and so forth lead to suffering in the future, we might not be in very good states. So, but we extend our love and compassion to them. We do this practice especially for everyone who is hit by the COVID, wherever they live, wherever they are. So some are very sick still. Quite some people are in hospital. I mean, some countries, like especially in Asia, Arabia, South America, it's still quite a serious thing, the COVID. Like in the Western countries, like maybe Australia, USA, Europe, we think that's not such a big problem anymore because we are a little bit more free in going and coming and have less restrictions. Still, there's in hospitals people who suffer from COVID, and there's many people who suffer from COVID due to economical reasons. They cannot do any business. Like, for example, one of my friends in Nepal, is a jeweler. He makes jewels. Anyway, this whole business is stopped, so he starts now to get debts in order to his children to school and have food. So many people on this planet are in situations like this, lost their jobs, income. And many people are still suffering from isolation, emotionally, socially. So have lost loved ones, have lost their parents and partners and so forth. So there's so much suffering to this due to this pandemic. So we do this practice of Chenrezig, who is one with our guru, one with Buddha Shakyamuni, our historic Buddha, in the form of Chenrezig. We do this practice for all those sentient beings who have been our mothers in former lifetimes, have all been so kind to us, and have contributed to our spiritual path and to who we are now, the things we enjoy now. So, this practice of Thangtong Gyalpo consists of 3 parts. So the first part is we take refuge. So we take refuge in a holy being because he has no self-interest, has gone to the whole path, has overcome all disturbing emotions, has overcome all the obscurations to omniscience. So the Buddha, very abnormal, special. So first we do the motivation, then we do the mantra Mani Padme Hum, with the visualization, then we do the prayers and some dedication. I heard there were some obstacles with a link under the text under the screen of YouTube, but I hope you have the practice. Otherwise, you can listen to the prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, we go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akinis, we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, we go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akinis, we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. One time more. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we visualize all sentient beings from all 10 directions, from all universes around us, in the form of humans. So also all animals, but in the form of humans, hell beings, heaven beings, spirits. So they're all around us, and we visualize them as human beings, with the males on the right side, on the left side the females. The front are people who support us, and they are in the back, and in the front the people we have difficulties with, or we feel sometimes aversion against, or we can label. We see them sometimes as enemies, threatening our existence and so forth. So they are in front of us. And so in the front of us is the Buddha looking our direction. We can also visualize the Buddha on top of our head, looking in the same direction as us. And we can also visualize ourselves as Buddha, as the Guru Chenrezig, if we have the initiation, if we have the proper initiation. So say you visualize the Buddha in front of you, who's looking in your direction. So the Guru Chenrezig, you can visualize it with 1,000 arms, with 4 arms. It's different types of Chenrezig. There's one with our Guru. There's also one with Buddha Shakyamuni, a historic Buddha. In the heart is a moon disc, and on the moon disc are the 6 syllables Om Mani Padme Hum. You can visualize them in Western letters or in the Tibetan letters. And light goes from all these letters to all sentient beings in all these realms, touching them, purifying them of their negative karma, purifying them of the causes of suffering in this situation. So lights go from all these mantras while we do the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. So we visualize very strongly that all these sentient beings get purified, so get rid of their negative karma and of the cause for the suffering. And we do a few times together. Then I will play Lama Zopa Rinpoche Mani Padme Hum, but we can do the Mani Padme Hums in our own speed, with our own mala. So here, this prayer wheel contains many mantras. So thousands or millions of mantras. So we all visualize that they touch all sentient beings in all realms and all universes. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So we go now to the text, the actual prayer. I hope you have the copy, that the link works below the YouTube screen. The actual prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Brahma spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. 2 times more. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings as a result from karma, temporary conditions, such as the harms of Brahma spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Last time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma, temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I have only 1 minute anymore for the dedications. So we dedicate to the long and healthy life of all our teachers, especially His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all sentient beings in all the 10 directions. And they all have a quick spiritual path towards enlightenment, and face no suffering anymore, especially all those who are hit by the COVID, by the pandemic in whatever way, emotional, socially, financial, health-wise. So may they all continue their spiritual path and reach enlightenment quickly, be free of all forms of suffering. And yeah. So thank you so much for being with me. I see Tendren.
Hello.
Hello. How's life in Florida? This time
It's
of a
fine.
mistake again.
So yes, that's right. You got it right. It's Florida. So yeah, it's fine. Everything's good enough here.
Oh, good. Yes. So, and you had a good day so far?
So far, so good.
Yes. A bit free weekend that you can study a little bit for yourself, or are you very busy?
Well, I did take a class with Geshe Kelsey Wangmo, Geshe-ma, this morning. That was quite interesting. So that was nice to do. I teach tomorrow morning, but this is
Sunday is your teaching day.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a very nice continuation of the day. Good session.
Thank you. You too.
Bye, Patty, Alison, and others who watch on YouTube. Ciao, ciao.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so for the last little bit of today's 24 hours, let's try to really refresh our sense of being surrounded by all sentient beings. Take a moment to be grounded in our seat. Imagine that your father of this life is sitting on your right, your mother of this life on your left, the rest of your family, your partner, your children, your siblings are close behind you. All their loved ones are joining us. Your friends and their loved ones. And your Dharma community and their loved ones. And imagine all the monks and nuns around the world living in their nunneries or monasteries or Dharma centers. And all the strangers of this life who've helped by whatever work they do in the community, provide our health services, provide our roads, our stoplights, our cars, our devices. It's how we get water through our taps. We're so fortunate. We can't get through the day without countless sentient beings helping us. So just take a moment to really try to generate the kind of concern we have for our loved ones. Feel that genuine wish that they be happy, free from suffering. And allow that warmth, that concern to spread outwards to the people that you don't know as well, to the strangers. Knowing that if one of your loved ones brought them home, one of your friends brought them home, you would receive them with welcome. And think just like you. They have sufferings, they want to have happiness, not sure what they're doing. Think of all the beings that right in this moment have terrible conditions. Imagine them here with us. We're leading them in these prayers. Really trying to develop that mental wish to be able to help all sentient beings. And to develop the wisdom that will allow us to actually be able to do this. So now imagine in the space in front of all the sentient beings, there's a large jeweled throne supported by 8 great lions, on top of which is a seat of a variegated lotus, moon, and sun mandala. On top of these sits the essence of our own root gurus and the aspect of the conqueror, Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold. He has a Upanisha on the top of his head, 1 face, 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth. His left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light. He sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. We try to feel the presence, enlightened energy of Shakyamuni Buddha. Surrounding him are the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, and host of Dharma protectors and guardians. And in front of each of these holy beings, on a faultless throne, sits Dharma text, having the nature of light. Feel very strongly that you're in the presence of your teachers, enlightened beings, all who understand us exactly as we are, accept us exactly as we are, and who strongly wishes only to help us reach the state beyond sorrow. At this moment, those of us who can show up for this practice, who are fortunate enough to have the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, we have a perfect human rebirth with all these freedoms and richnesses. And at this moment, we're using them in a meaningful way. We need to rely on the Buddha's words, our teacher's advice, in order to protect us from the sufferings of samsara, in order to lead us on the path out of samsara. Not just for ourselves, but in order to develop the compassion and wisdom fully to be able to unmistakably help all sentient beings. So let's recite the motivation of the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer, known as liberating Shakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, our Buddha potential. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now imagine that the refuge field, Guru Shakyamuni, Buddha, is extremely pleased with us. Lama Zopa Rinpoche is pleased with us. The refuge field dissolves into light, absorbs up into Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, who's the essence of all of our root gurus. Comes to the top of our heads, facing the same way we are. So just imagine countless sentient beings with these countless radiant golden Buddhas above the crown of our heads, filling us with radiant white light, purifying all the causes of suffering, filling us with the golden light of all the good qualities, creating the causes for all happiness. Dissolves into light, comes down to our heart chakra, where he's always residing. Now imagine that 1,000-armed Chenrezig arises in the space in front. Chenrezig is the embodiment of all the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful. He's still decorated with magnificent ornaments. Visualize rays of light emanating from Chenrezig's heart, entering all sentient beings. So while we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize this light bringing everything that all sentient beings need exactly in this moment for their temporary and ultimate happiness, bringing them peace of mind. So refresh your visualization of being surrounded by sentient beings, and in particular, all those who are suffering from this pandemic, their loved ones who are suffering with them, all those in the bardo, and imagine them receiving this wonderful, compassionate wisdom light of Chenrezig as we recite Om Mani Padme Hum. So we'll recite this mantra for about 5 minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Money Padme Hum, 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 Money Padme Hum. So feel that all these sentient beings, ourselves included, are completely filled with the radiant light of Chenrezig. Rejoice in our efforts to benefit sentient beings, to hook the enlightened activity of Chenrezig for their benefit. So now we want to dedicate any benefits that may arise from this effort to remove their suffering, and that these benefits won't exhaust until there are no suffering sentient beings at all. So recite the prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and laputas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So imagine that Chenrezig dissolves into light, absorbs into each one of us, blessing our body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind. We'll continue with more dedications. Fully confident that our teachers are pleased with us. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are pleased with us. That we're using our lives in a meaningful way. And that at the same time that we're doing these practices to fulfill the advice of our teacher, there are countless sentient beings doing countless virtues, helping others, not only in this moment, but in the past. And we can feel certain we'll do it in the future. This is the manifestation of our Buddha nature, all the ordinary beings doing acts of virtue. How wonderful that is. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of our merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and may people think of benefiting each other. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy. that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by us, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famine, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams. And may they only benefit and never harm each other. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by us, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. So now let's wish for or dedicate for the long, healthy, happy lives of our teachers, His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long, healthy, happy life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduers more away, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thanks, Patty. So, how are things going in Oklahoma?
They're just fine, thank you.
Good. All right. All right, Langton, Venerable Langton.
Hello, yes.
Hello.
Sorry, I just have to start the video. I'm a bit behind the 8 ball today because we have daylight saving, and I was a little bit flustered with adjusting the clock, and yeah.
It's easy to do. I understand. Okay, well, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Very lovely to see you, and thank you for this such a beautiful prayers.
Thank you.
See you. So good morning from Melbourne, Australia. So we've come to another sort of season adjusting our clocks. It's later than I thought. So I need a moment to just connect with myself to start the prayers this morning. We'll take a moment to take a deep breath. Connecting with the body, settling the body and mind. So we'll recall the motivation that for the last so many hours, 23, 22 hours, that Sangha from all over the world have been doing prayers requested, suggested by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and that we continue to do so for a short while longer to fulfill that wish. So we can rejoice for a second that this is happening, that we are able to be part of it. I am very grateful to be part of it. And just recalling the purpose, the reason why we are doing it is primarily for the pandemic and all the associated deaths and sickness and hardship that has come about as a result of this. So to alleviate this suffering, we supplicate and request the blessings, the power of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, who has proven himself in the past. When such a pandemic happened, he was able to subdue the demon who caused it and transform the conditions that brought about that pandemic and bring people to health. And he himself has perfected the siddhi of longevity. So you can't tell how old he is. People say he lived up to 900 years, and that's just a guess. And he's also beyond aging. So you can't tell if he's young or old. He's ageless. So in order to benefit beings, all these siddhis are immensely beneficial. I'd like to do the transform suffering life into happiness as motivation. This is another prayer that Lama Zopa Rinpoche has suggested. So because it's the beginning of Sunday morning in Australia, I'd like to do this. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scriptures and realization, principle of all Aryas intending virtue. In the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Nosang and Bodhisattva, always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. In dependence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a deva or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method of becoming free from samsara. In dependence upon that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the six paramitas, and so forth. This particular verse is of special significance to me because I was born a Theravadan Buddhist, and I did aspire to go to nirvana, self-liberation, like a solitary realizer or a hearer path for quite some time in my life. So I now really rejoice in meeting the Mahayana path. And I feel for many people in Sri Lanka that are really confused. It's kind of like one foot in Mahayana path and one foot in Theravada path, because once you really strongly understand the benefits of self-liberation, it becomes a huge challenge to switch to the Mahayana path. It feels like, why do we want to take possibility of having longer time in samsara? So that that verse sort of sings to me in a very particularly special way. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary, unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a